condition for all the players in the electricity trading value chain, be it the GenCos, the DISCOMs, the industries, the consumers, for all. We do see, ladies and gentlemen, spot electricity market at the Indian Energy Exchange trading over, I understand, 5,675 million units of electricity in September 2020, which is a 45% increase over the same month last year. With a robust sell-side liquidity market, market clearing price was at 2.69 rupees per unit, which interestingly was a decline of 3% over 2.77 rupees per unit in September 19 last year. And interestingly, with a market demand of 2% increase. The short point is that the RTM mechanism has led to optimization, efficiency, and interestingly, above all, price benefits to the players in the electricity market value chain. And this is the most interesting contribution of a real-time market in the electricity trading mechanism. The other aspect, ladies and gentlemen, that one needs to look at in this context is that power exchange, interestingly like commodity trading, would also help develop regional electricity markets covering our neighborly countries like Myanmar, Sri Lanka, Nepal, Bhutan, Bangladesh, and that would go a long way to improve relations and promote regional peace in the neighborhood. This common pool in electricity market will help our neighboring countries also with an efficient price discoveries in their respective geographies. In a wider context, this initiative is also in sync with the Government of India's South Asia focus of neighborhood first policy. So in summary, ladies and gentlemen, the deliberations this afternoon and evening will focus on these twin aspects of building a robust grid with increased RE penetration, along with an efficient functioning of a real-time electricity trading market that would render a significant benefit to all stakeholders. We have a bevy of distinguished speakers, specialists from the industry, policymakers, as well as TERI, the think tank, a leading think tank, deliberating on these twin issues. We are all keenly looking forward to a very, very stimulating and productive afternoon and evening going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Before we request Mr. Gautam Ray, the chairperson of the Energy and Environment Committee of the Bengal Chamber, to set the agenda for today's afternoon, I would just like to repeat the tech briefing once more for those who have joined in course of the meeting. That is, the participants are on mute, so for the seamless proceedings, and the speakers are being given co-host rights so they can, mute and unmute themselves. And this program is also simultaneously being live streamed in the Bengal Chamber Facebook. So we have participants over there as well. The participants can share their questions for the speakers in the chat board. However, we are not taking questions from the Facebook. With this, I would request Mr. Gautam Ray, the chairperson of the Energy and Environment Committee, to please set the agenda of today's discussion.
Thank you, Angana. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Today's conference is extremely relevant, as Mr. Debe Mukherjee, President Designate, has already mentioned. We are really grateful to have...
Sir, your voice is not very clear. I think you'll have to come again.
Good afternoon. Can you listen? Can you listen?
Not really.
Voice is not coming.
It is coming.
Hello?
Is it coming?
It's coming now.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon to ladies and gentlemen. Today's afternoon, the topic being greening the grid is extremely relevant, as Mr. Debe Mukherjee, President Designate, has already mentioned. We are extremely grateful to have with us today Sri Shutirtha Bhattacharya, Chairperson, West Bengal Electricity Regulatory Commission, and who has a profound experience of handling in energy sector. We also have Sri S. Suresh Kumar, Additional Chief Secretary, Department of Power, Government of West Bengal, and Mr. KVS Baba, Chairman and Managing Director, POSOCO. This annual conference, Energy Conference of Bengal Chamber, is a flagship event. And this year, the theme being sustainability, I was wondering in this COVID situation, what could be more synergetic than that of making something centering on sustainability. Whole world is today fighting for sustainability. All of you know that the COP21, which is going to be organized in Glasgow in November 21, this is basically a run-up program of COP21. And the mandate what has been given in 2015 in Paris Convention for limiting the temperature rise by 2% within a stipulated time frame. Every country is participating, and India is also participating in this program. We have an ambitious plan of adding 175 gigawatt of renewable energy. Now, so far, we will be listening to all our esteemed speakers. So far, we have more and more discussed on the sourcing side, how to really make the green energy sourced more effectively. We have also discussed on the end use side, the consumer side. But today we would like to focus on the intermediate, that is the optimization at grid level, what we can do. So that is the most important aspect in today's context. As we will push the renewable more and more, the intermittency of the renewable sector has to be addressed by the grid. And nothing can be a better tool than the RTM, what has been thought of. And this will, of course, obviously help the grid to be more green. The objective is to have a more accurate forecasting and more assured availability. So this optimization is extremely important with respect to cost as well as availability. There have been constraint economic dispatch. There have been reserve regulatory auxiliary services. So these are some of the tools and elements which are coming into the picture. Now, taking those into consideration, we will be enlightened to listen to POSOCO, Terry, who had become the knowledge partner, Sari, as well as the CEO of Nord Pool, and IEX Chief Executive, they will also be participating in this event. So we are expecting a very, very interesting and fruitful deliberation. We are really grateful to the speakers who have agreed to spare their valuable time and to participate in this event. With this, I would request Sri Shutirtha Bhattacharya, Chairperson, West Bengal Electricity Regulatory Committee, to initiate the discussion Mr. Bhattacharya is not only today the chairperson of WBERC, he had served the organization like Coal India as chairman. I had first interacted with him when he was the Secretary Energy in the Andhra Pradesh, and one of the most eminent energy expert in the country is today Mr. Bhattacharya. So I would request Mr. Bhattacharya to initiate today's deliberation.
Thank you very much. I think it is a very interesting backdrop for the meeting. Both the introductions to the agenda that will be rolled out makes it clear the direction this particular meeting will flow. The background is there, the future is there. As you know, in India, if I confine myself to the power, it had a kind of, very rapidly evolving progress. If we go by the Olympic motto, the Tokyo Olympic will hopefully arrive, the corona will disappear. The Olympic motto is, as all of you know, speedier, higher, and quicker. That means all the kinds of event that we have three-dimensional event where we want to achieve the maximum and mightier. So that is the Olympic strategy. What is the power strategy? It is like the Olympic only. What will be the power tomorrow? In the power strategy, as you have rightly pointed out, it will be greener, it will be cheaper, and it will be nearer. That's the kind of evolving strategy the entire world is following. So as many people may be thinking that, there will be a smooth transition from the present energy matrix to the future energy matrix. My personal feeling is there will be a lot of disruptions in store. The disruptions which, unless the chambers and the thinkers think of today, there will be a cost to the economy, there will be a cost to the financial institution, and that is exactly what perhaps such kind of deliberation, such kind of seminars make us wise, make us alive to the risks and opportunities. Now, as you know, in anything, the market is one of the significant entities. So both the prior speakers, while introducing the subjects, had talked about RTM, the real-time market. And we have also spoken about the tools which are being used in the Scandinavian market, in bigger European market, and it is also emerging in some areas of the Australian market. I would not like to, elaborate on this. I am sure the speakers that I see the list, very important speakers are there. I mean, as the, this session goes on to really focus technical areas. But I would only like to say that if you see India or if you see West Bengal, people will have to prepare for a reasonable level of disruption. Disruption in the way we think, disruption in the way we do, and disruption in the way we manage business. The very fact that we are doing the online meeting today shows that how much we have to think on our feet. And perhaps when the changes and rapid changes in power come, maybe we have to think on our toes. Secondly, if you remember that Lord Tennyson's famous lines, that old order changeth, yielding place to the new, and God fulfills himself in many ways. That is precisely going to happen. When we used to study physics, we always used to wonder Why Einstein got Nobel Prize for photoelectric theory? Many of us, we are actually wild. I mean, this Nobel team, they know nothing. I mean, they did not give him the Nobel Prize for special theory of relativity. They did not give him Nobel Prize for general theory of relativity. They did not give him Nobel Prize for unified theory. They gave him Nobel Prize for photoelectric effect. And today we are all eating our words. We exactly know what is happening in the world, across the world. Two Devata, the sun and the Pavan, they will be playing havoc with the non-renewable extraction of some of the carbon and hydrocarbon industries. Secondly, the consumer, unless you look at the consumer very, very strongly, his needs and desires, the technology will ensure that he gets what he wants. Across the world, as you know, that you can go to your meter, electric meter line outside, and you can switch from one supplier to another supplier. Luckily in West Bengal, like in Mumbai, there are overlapping areas of distribution licensing. I need not tell you that is in Durgapur area. I mean, if you want to see overlapping area of distribution licensing, you have to come to a state like West Bengal. If you have to see private initiative in power, you'll have to come to the city of Kolkata. So primarily, what the emerging scenario will be, West Bengal gives a kind of, what I should say, a screenshot of the kind of emergence that will take place. But what will perhaps happen is that the profile of the energy that we consume will undergo a change. The way we consume the energy will undergo a change. Between both of them, it means there will be disturbance for the generating sector. There will be disturbance for the licenses, distribution licenses, because the kind of demand that they expect, that kind of demand may not come. Open access will become perhaps, like absolutely across the world, will become perhaps more compatible way of power development. Third is the consumer movement will grow strongly. Like today, many of us do not have land telephones. Imagine 10 years back, 20 years back, 30 years back, telephone 40 years back was the symbol of status. You had to pay 1 rupee to dial a telephone from a medical shop if you are outside. Then the revolution came when there were telephones, PCOs. Now you see all are gone. The Kodak moments are right for everybody. So thinkers will tell you that unless we look at possible scenarios of such Kodak moment emerging, ensure against that by your own action. You cannot stop them. You cannot stop them. So as I said, we'll have to look at greener. So the green energy will come. Now the question is whether green will grow in West Bengal, Bihar, Jharkhand, or green will come from outside. Till today, entire India had been taking your basic fuel from Bengal, Jharkhand, Orissa, Chhattisgarh, and Maharashtra, where the coal fields are there. So they became hub of production. They did not become a hub of consumption. Per capita consumption, despite the generation hub being settled in other places, were in the consumption areas. But now some of those consumption centers will become the hub of generation of these green powers. And if the green power, I mean, there will be people, Terry is there and others, they will tell you, they cannot go on living on cross subsidy. promoting green power, keeping the Paris Accord we are doing to attain a particular economic lot compatibility. But once that ecologically compatible, economically compatible lot size is achieved, the green power will have to contest on its own. And the cost of integration will have to be inbuilt into its landed cost. I'm sure today the speakers will devote some time to that. Thirdly, what will happen is the market, the real-time market, that will lead to HRD policy changes in many of the licensees. Because today, we really do not have proper modeling capacity, econometric forecasting capacity inbuilt in the licenses. You see the load forecast team in most of the licenses in India. You see the load forecast team in many of the licenses abroad. I don't want to go beyond that. You will know the difference. And I'm sure people from Terry and people from other places who are there, POSCO is there, they will talk about it. That means your HR will undergo a transformation. Your generation mix will undergo a transformation. The way distribution licensee does business will undergo a transformation. And capacity to tackle the market, capacity to tackle a market on real-term basis will engage more and more attention of the distribution licensee than the generators. Finally, what will happen is, which may not happen immediately, but maybe in the long run, maybe the where business and the content business will have to be looked separately. Will have to be looked at separately. It may not happen now. Maybe it is very difficult to transit, but it may not be completely kept outside your mind. So you will have to develop in your capacity in such a manner that you will be prepared for that kind of contingency. The comfort to the financial institutions given by the PPA will not be there. Power purchase agreement backed up by a fuel supply agreement will become archaic. The exchange and not perhaps the bilateral trading will become only the order of the day. Today, you see, as Mr. Mukherjee was telling, the volume in the exchanges are going up. There was once upon a time before 2010 when the IX used to do some good business in a very limited way. And another entity called PX was not almost doing any business. I'm sure the people who are in power for a long time, they will be knowing. Now you see more exchanges are likely to come. Traders are getting together to open an exchange. And there will be there is green exchange operating separately. Technologically, I do not know, maybe in 10 years' turn, maybe you will be getting a better access to room temperature superconductivity. It's a Kamalding's dream. I don't know whether it will come true. We see in the video that New Zealand is experimenting with wireless transmission. Whether it will become commercially valid or not, too early to say. I am saying those experimentation will also take place. And then consumers will also get the status of prosumers because of rooftop solars. The Bengal Chamber will do well to study what happened in Australia. Whenever I talk somewhere, they say, oh, you are Coal India chairman, you are the hub of coal. One of the major hubs of coal is Australia. Please go and find out what is happening in Australia. There was a New York Times article which showed how the thermal power plant, despite the US, the administration which is running, giving its full oral support, could not sustain against economic impacts in places like Kentucky and Wyoming. So I'm only saying we have to be more informed economically, informed ecologically, informed technologically, and act decisively. These are perhaps the directions the power sector will go. Fasten the seatbelt. Consumers will become prosumers. Rooftop solars will be the future domination. Maybe in the interim, there will be a protection by gross metering. But finally, the world will go in the way of net metering. Finally, there will be a real-time market completely dominating. PPAs will not exist, FSS will not exist. And the energy profile would have changed drastically, perhaps in another decade when this Chamber of Commerce hold its similar event. Thank you for having called me. And I wish this particular event all the success that it truly deserves.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Mr. Bhattacharya, listening to you, it was like a symphony for sustainability I was listening to. And really, you have gone through, I mean, extremely important points with a vision, of course. You have talked about market. You have talked about the tools which will be basically driving the market, and reasonable level of disruption. The sentence what you have said, nothing can be more contextual. In the last 2 years, probably all of us have attended so many events speaking of disruption. But when a disruption like this, what is happening today all over the world, appeared, we are at a fix. You have rightly said about the physics of engineering, which is a fundamental to everything. And ultimately, the consumer is the king. Ultimately, consumer will decide on their options, on their choice, and we have to fit in ourselves accordingly. The carriage, whether it is carriage content separation, whether it is something, I mean, the prosumer point of view, what you have said, whether it is open access. So everything ultimately will lie on what the consumers will be asking for. So, I mean, absolutely at one point of time, when I started my professional thing, we have seen that you maximize. That was the slogan. But today's slogan is you optimize. So there is a difference between maximization and optimization, and that to the requirement of the consumers. Now we have with us another very eminent personality, Mr. H. Suresh Kumar, Additional Chief Secretary Power, Government of West Bengal. And as Mr. Sutitto Bhattacharya has correctly said, that West Bengal can be an example for all diversities, multiple licensee, I mean, whatever it may be. And so we would like to listen to Mr. Suresh Kumar. Sir. Mr. Suresh Kumar, please. Sir.
কি হলো? We will just check with his office, sir. He was there in the meeting. We'll just check with his office.
Mr. Suresh Kumar told me that he is with.
Yeah, he was there in the meeting. He was there in the meeting. We identified him also, but maybe he has dropped. We'll check. We are checking with his office. I think his mic is on mute. I think his mic is on mute.
Sir, your mic is on mute.
No, his mic is on mute.
Okay, thanks a lot. I think I've been unmuted, so I've been able to talk now.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. No.
So, am I okay? Is the volume okay?
Absolutely okay, sir. Absolutely okay. Good
But
afternoon.
your volume has dropped, Mr. Rai. I don't know. Okay, basically, I'll just give a, I mean, I lost time in this issue. I would say that the energy transition issues happening now in the world as well as in our country is of very great significance. We are seeing a lot of decarbonization happening. We are seeing a lot of decentralization of power generation happening. And we are also seeing a lot of the third D, as I call it, the so this particular part which is happening, which is something which we need to really understand. So this countdown in terms of our decentralization of the grid is something which would have an impact on just about everyone in our country. Now, the decarbonization is now accepted. I mean, the cost of the power that we're going to get from the RE sources or the green sources is definitely coming down to be lesser than the power coming from the coal based generating plants. The only thing left is that we need to somehow or other bring down the cost of the RE power plus storage versus the thermal. I think the day that happens, then probably it's going to be a completely closed show for the thermal power. That apart, in terms of decentralization, there are three tripping points which are coming up. One, and the most important one, is that I would say is that once the cost of transporting electricity exceeds the cost of generating and storing it, then the digital energy market really is going to take off like, you know, like nobody's business. Efforts now are not very large, I would say. See, for example, I've seen that, you know, the real-time markets currently, whether the buyers or whether it is the sellers, the buyers principally are Punjab, Telangana, Andhra Pradesh, Maharashtra, and West Bengal. So West Bengal buys around 11 million units for 1 week, and I'm just taking the figures out for the last 7 days between 30th of September to the 6th of October. We bought around 11 million units. Punjab bought around 33 million units. Telangana bought around 28 million units. AP bought 27. Maharashtra bought 22. When it's coming to the selling part, we still are not doing too badly. We are now fifth. Odisha has sold around 20 million units. West Bengal has sold around 9 million units. So what I'm trying to say is that real-time markets have come to stay. Real-time markets will continue to be grow, and probably they would in fact be the only way in which I think probably power would be traded. The whole paradigm of having, you know, the PPAs, long-term agreements, and so on and so forth, the entire economics behind the whole thing would also undergo a major change. That being so, the other issues which are going to come up definitely are, how are we going to handle this new regime? Currently, we still haven't been able to manage the RE issue well, I would say. We've been setting up power plants based on renewables, thanks to the Government of India subsidy. But over the long run, until and unless some sort of a storage solution does come up, which makes things easier, we would not be able to completely eliminate the reliance on thermal power. And that apart, what also needs to be done actually is the cost of the transmission. A new transmission policy has been brought out recently, for which I think we have also made some comments about that, wherein they want to fix the transmission charges based on the overall investment of the entire country and so on and so forth. Now that also, there are certain issues about that. So until unless the economics of this whole thing is completely thought through in and out, what we need are more people on the economics part of it, no longer much on the technical part of it, because now setting up an RE plant is not very difficult, the solar power is not very difficult, or the Wind power based one is not so difficult. It is how do you manage it? How do you manage the economics of it, which is going to be very critical. So I just hope that we make a good job of it and don't make a mess. Though I've not really been associated with the sector for long, I've been associated only for a few months, but I've heard about the mess we made with these hydro projects in Arunachal, the mess that we made with the natural gas projects in the Andhra Pradesh basin, KG basin. Then also with respect to inviting IPPs to take up thermal projects and based on coal coming in from outside, which is extremely costly, everyone knows. Not establishing proper coal linkages and asking the thermal plants to start off. That is another mess that we have created. Hopefully, we would, as a country, be able to think through this problem in all aspects, whether it's economics, whether it's the technology, whether it's the social impact altogether. I think, I hope our participants today and the speakers today would definitely be able to interact and get a complete panorama of the whole situation. And I'm sure that I would thank, in fact, VNCCI for bringing together so many experts as well as the participants to interact and get an understanding of this very rapidly developing sector, which is real-time marketing. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your very, pertinent points you have mentioned. Starting from decentralization, and you have mentioned about ultimately the cost for RE power as well as the storage. That's being a real challenge, and that we have to basically overcome. You have correctly said about the competitiveness, because ultimately subsidy is not the ultimate answer. So one has to have that competitiveness standing on its own feet, and definitely the planning what we do today has to see that it happens after 5 years, 10 years. It's not that some examples you have mentioned that which has not yielded the right result what we have thought of. It is also necessary to really review the new transmission policy, because that transportation of the energy is also a very important sector. So with your points what you have mentioned, it is also a very right context setting for the today's discussion. Now I would request Mr. Baba, who is the chairman and managing director of POSOCO. And POSOCO, all you know, is the repository of the entire grid today. We are in the safe hands of POSOCO, and we would like to see how POSOCO is thinking to greening the grid with the use of RTM in tomorrow to come. Sir, Mr. Baba, please.
Yeah. Good afternoon, Mr. Gautam Rai. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon to all. Respected Sutir Bhattacharya, Chairperson, West Bengal, Sri Suresh Kumar, IAS, Additional Chief Secretary, Government of West Bengal, and Mr. Dev Mukherjee and other dignitaries who are there sharing our experiences there in these panel sessions. See, the topic for today is new power dynamics. And in view of the greening the grid, basically renewables. Other than the sources side, there are many dynamics that are taking place in the electricity sector. As Mr. Bhattacharya also shared that there are many disruptions actually. If you really analyze, there are about 8 disruptors in this part. Now, what we are really facing is the first one is the supply sources. So everyone, you see, once upon a time we are only maximized. Now we are, because we have a lot of abundant resources and sources, and so everybody want to do the cost of economy is the one of the things. That is the first and prime disruptor. Everybody wants to cheap. We should not use the word cheap. We should use economic, basically. Demand growth is another. What is happening demand is increasing almost. If last 5 years, 55 gigawatts of demand has increased. But if you see the demand, type of demand, the minimum demand has not increased. The minimum demand is still remaining same. If I say that Indian 1 lakh megawatt is the minimum demand, that for many years it is same. Only thing is that we have moved from the peak megawatt 125 to 180 gigawatts. So that is what is happening. So the demand pattern is changing. That is another disruptor. Why is it happening? Because the consumer behavior. The so many gadgets are coming, availability is there. Once upon a time, there is no availability. There is whatever is available is being met. So now more availability is there. So consumer is becoming choicy. So he has his own choice of gadgets. He has choice of use of electricity. So these are all the disruptors which we have to cater to as a system operator or as a planner or as a utility. We have to take these into cognizance, basically. And of course, weather and climate. These are another important things. As the weather is affecting our consumer behavior, everybody wants comfort, so the air, space cooling, that is another thing. Commercialization, commercial complexes, that is another disruption on the demand side. So these are the basic disruption. So which are creating dynamics in parts, basically. These are, so to meet these things, we have to create new business models, then more, another, at the same time, we have to handle our aging infrastructure also. So the new technological interventions are being taking, there is a improvement and new disruptive technologies are coming. So apart from all, now there are many convergence of electricity, transport, and energy in totality. So these are the dynamics that are taking place, which everyone has to first take the cognizance to. Yeah, apart from that, renewables. We have to appreciate, we have to give respect to the weather, climate, and we have to adopt to non-fossil fuels. Yes, very important, and there is no doubt. And once we have committed, we have to do it. So this is very essential. From the utility perspective also, we have to do a lot of move from the traditional to innovative. So importance point is how various fuels or various sources can be integrated. It can be possible only when a transmission and a grid is there. We cannot say that grid is creating problems. Grid is essential. You can do any optimization, you can do anything only when the grid is there. So therefore, yes, of course, the grid has to be optimized, but we cannot, and we have to appreciate the value of the grid also. And that is once something like, unless you have a highway, you cannot transport the goods. Similarly, unless the transmission is available, you cannot make it. Lot of equitability and all those things have to be brought. So therefore, of course, you all know that even during this pandemic or any situation, we are able to maintain, we are able to maintain the system because the grid is there. Though whether coal is not there or high water is not there or anything, we are still able to meet the requirement, and there was no shortage of power or there is no curtailment due to non-availability of a resource. So that is very essential. Yes, most important now is that optimization. So how we are how we have to make ourselves to become optimization. So we have to move towards, as already Mr. Bhattacharya has also mentioned, that we are moving towards security constrained economic dispatch and how we can optimize where economy can be brought. So all these are new normals. Now we have to appreciate and we have to reconcile this. This is the new normal. The consumer behavior will be like this and the demand variation will be like this. And so we have to bring it. of course, to meet this variability, intermittency associated with renewables, there have been plenty of policy initiatives which have been brought, lot of impetus. How forecasting is very essential, and even 2015 onwards, we have been telling everyone that we have to now forecast not only the resource side, but on the demand forecasting. Why we are facing so much of is that demand forecasting side is every utility is not perfect so far. We have to adopt to scientific methods, how the data, artificial intelligence methods have to be employed, how to estimate weather dependent data also. We have to bring in correlation between the demand and their estimation along with the weather parameters. And government have been giving a lot of impetus on hydro. As my predecessor speakers are also mentioned about storage. We have ample availability of hydro resources, but we have to gainfully utilize for the overall system clog. So far, most of the states are using the hydro resources to their state needs. But now we have to go beyond and see that how the hydro resources of the country can be used for the country rather than looking into the local requirements. Of course, we have to give importance and appreciate the irrigation needs, water requirements for various other purposes like flood control and all have to be given due recognition, but still there is a scope for using the hydro resources, because one hydro project can serve for 60 years. No storage devices which are being employed are going to be contemplated in the name of battery energy systems or anything. They are all fixed time. I mean, maybe 7 years life period, 10 years life, or maximum some people are quoting 15 years, but not more than that. So we have to see, we have to give a lot of impetus to hydro, and there are many technologies coming in for, we don't need to go for a large dams. We can always go for a small closed loop pump storage plants, which can really help us and give a good competition to the battery energy storage systems. So we should keep our eye on all the available systems and processes. Of course, for meeting this greening the grid, basically how to integrate. You require flexibility in all. Flexibility on the source side, flexibility in transmission, flexibility in markets. And this is what today's topic of our, real-time market will, I'm sure all the speakers will give a good information on RTM and how it has come up and all. So I'm not going to dwell upon that. But very important is that flexibility has to be there in all facets of power system, actually, transmission, generation. And we have plenty of HVDCs and FACTS and system control devices. So it will definitely cater to the varying needs of this thing. And of course, demand side, yes, with these new smart meters, we can expect demand response also through, and demand side flexibility also. So I don't need to again explain about flexibility in the markets. Definitely today's topic is that then there are excellent panel will be there, and so they will deliberate more than me. So it is a very apt topic for the discussions, and so I wish the organizers, BCCI, and with the best of discussions and make full use of it. Thanks for giving me the opportunity for sharing my few thoughts with you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Mr. KVS Baba, and we truly recognize the role and responsibility of POSOCO, how really you are maintaining the grid. you have correctly said that today it is not the single dimension. It is multiple dimension what we have to take care of. We have to take care of the demand undulation. While minimum demand has not increased, but the maximum demand is increasing, it only shows about the demand variation. And a country like us, not only on the question of technology, on the process side also, whether on advancement of clock, whether using the time zones for a vast country like us, we can have some optimization in demand management. That also we can think of. You have also mentioned about the hydro potential, utilization of it going beyond the state level, and ultimately the flexibility. The flexibility is the important thing, because ultimately if we have to tune to the demand of the consumers, the choice of consumers, one need to have the flexibility in operation. Thank you, Mr. Baba. And we have really gone through a very, very interesting inaugural session with thought-provoking, philosophical and visionary speech by Mr. Sutitto Bhattacharya, Mr. Suresh Kumar and Mr. KVS Baba. With this, we are closing the inaugural session. I would request Angona to please take over.
Thank you, sir. We will move on to the next session, that is Greening the Grid. So I would request my colleague, Ms. Shuchishmita Shaha, to please invite the speakers formally and request the chairperson to take forward the session.
Welcome to the Greening Grid session. It is chaired by Mr. S.R. Narasimhan, Director System Operation POSOCO. I would ask Mr. S.R. Narasimhan to please take over the session.
Yeah, thank you, Sushmita. At the outset, I would like to thank the Bengal Chamber of Commerce for giving me the opportunity to moderate today's panel session on greening the grid with energy mix. I think we have heard the policy makers in the first hour of the inaugural session, and they have set the excellent tone for rest of the session. And the phrase greening the grid, it's really a very apt catchphrase, and we came across this first in 2015 when we did a study partnering with the National Renewable Energy Laboratory, USA, under the MOP and USAID collaboration. And that was the time when we first used, this was an extensive study spread over 2 years, where we got excellent insights into how the system would behave with 175 gigawatt of renewable energy by 2022. And this study has set the foundation for many more studies which are being done by several different agencies in the country, be it CA, be it TERI, and I'm sure the participants would benefit from the rest of the panel session. In fact, we talk about sustainability, but in the context of electricity grids, one could have sustainability only if we have reliability, resilience of the system, environment friendliness, and of course, economy. All four are equally important if you have to talk about sustainability. And generally, it's easier to select economy as the attribute, but one must never forget, even after the 1965 blackout in the US, many of the eminent power system engineers there, one George C. Loher, he had mentioned very aptly, when the laws of physics and the physics always wins. So the reliability has to be at the foundation of the entire bedrock of sustainability. So all this reliability, resilience, environment friendliness, economy, everything is possible only if all the stakeholders have a shared vision, and it's hear that conferences like this go towards bringing about a shared vision amongst all the stakeholders. I'm delighted to present before the audience an eminent set of panelists that we have. We have Mr. A.K. Saxena, who has an experience across the entire spectrum of policy making as well as regulations across the Central Electricity Authority, Ministry of Power, and CRC. And now he's at the TERI, the Energy Resources Institute, which is doing phenomenal work in all these areas. So we would love to hear from him also. And then we have Mr. Ravindra Kadam, Advisor Renewable Energy Central Electricity Regulatory Commission. He would speak on enabling markets for renewable integration with emphasis on ancillary services. So that would be Mr. Ravindra Kadam. After that, we would have two speakers, eminent speakers from the distribution side. We have Mr. Bibhu Prasad Mahapatra, the Director of Finance of UP Genco and Transco, but UP being one of the most populous states, the distribution perspective from a state like UP would be very important. And then we would have Mr. Sanjoy Mukherjee, Vice President, CSC Limited, who would bring the perspective from a distribution company. And lastly, but not the least, we have an eminent panelist, Shri S.K. Suni, who has been my mentor for over 15 years. He's an advisor currently with POSOCO and has been the founder CEO of POSOCO. He would sum up all the discussions that this panelists they would have over the next 1.5 hours. So we have we are 5 presenters, including me, and so I would. It's about 2:35, so we've just started bang on schedule. So I would request each panelist to present for about 15 minutes, and so that we could conclude all the panelists and their views by over the next 1.5 hours, which would give us very good time for a Q&A. So I would request all the audience members to post their questions on the chat box, and we would take it up at the end of the panel session. So to begin with, I have a very brief presentation where I have tried to look into all these attributes which I mentioned: reliability, resilience, and economy. So all these things. So before that, I would just like to share my screen. Yeah, are you able to see my screen?
No, sir.
Just a moment.
Not yet, sir.
Yeah, are you able to see now?
Yeah, we can see now. You have to just
Yeah,
full
I'll
screen
put it
yourself.
on slideshow mode.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's
It's okay now.
yeah. So coming to this, Mr. Gautam Rai already mentioned about how we operate one of the largest grids in the world. So we have #1 as far as the national synchronous grid is concerned. #3 in terms of electricity generation, consumption, the capacity, the transmission system, and 4 in terms of wind generation. Of course, we have only China and the US at #1 and #2, followed by Germany, and then we have India. Solar, we are fast catching up, #5. I think within no time we would move to #2 and #1. 6 in terms of hydro generation, and 9 in terms of pumped storage, installed capacity. So this is as per the IA statistics, and all this places a tremendous responsibility on POSOCO and to ensure that this whole system runs in a reliable fashion 24/7. So of course, the grid, as we all know, we have 370 gigawatt plus of generation capacity. We have met about 182 gigawatt of peak demand. And we have an extensive, you can see the transmission lines. They are crisscrossing the entire country. And so much so that I think there won't be much space left for building transmission lines. You know, soon we would, and that's how all the innovations that we need to bring about in planning for the future transmission system. We have 2 power exchanges where all the trading on the real-time market as well as the day-ahead market takes place, 10 plus HVDCs. So this is, and we are fortunate to have a very hierarchical system of state load dispatch centers, regional load dispatch centers, and the national load dispatch center coordinating this entire operations. You know, like even most of the countries like Germany, even they have 3 system operators. You know, there's the overall view of Germany, it's very difficult to get. So we are fortunate in having such a excellent, robust institutional arrangement for managing this system. Now coming to this wind and solar penetration levels, if we look at the data like 2019-20, we had a state like Karnataka, the annual energy penetration, 29% of the annual electricity they could get through wind and solar, 29% of their electrical energy. And the maximum daily energy penetration was 58%. But if you look at the instantaneous megawatt penetration, it's as high as 91.4. Similarly, if you look at the other states like Tamil Nadu and Andhra Pradesh, so the point here is we already have lot many Germanys, Denmarks, and UK all sitting inside our country. You know, there's nothing. All these states have surpassed the renewable energy penetration, and that's visible from these numbers. If you look at southern region as a whole, it's about 53.5% instantaneous penetration they have achieved. And if you look for the country as a whole, the 20.3% has been the maximum instantaneous penetration, which means at that point of time, 20.3% of the megawatt demand is met by wind and solar. And these are the annual wind energy penetrations. So, and if we compare similar large systems, we look at continental Europe, about 13 to 14% of their annual electrical contributed through wind and solar. And US, it's of the order of 10%. China, it's of the order of 8.7%. And recently, I think in January 2020, the report was uploaded much later, the CA came out with an optimal capacity expansion study, you know, for 2029-30, what would be the optimal capacity that would be required to meet the demand of 2030. And as per the simulations that they did for 2030, they got a capacity of 817 gigawatt by 2030. And you'll notice that this capacity has a pumped hydro of close to 10 gigawatt. So about 6 gigawatt of additional pumped hydro would be optimal from now to 2030. Coal, they have about 266 gigawatt. That's what is the optimal capacity expansion. Gas, there's been no change in gas generation because gas availability remains an issue. And in the long term, we have to have sufficient assurance that gas would be available. Nuclear, whatever was in the pipeline, this is what is expected by 2030. Solar, you can see about 280 gigawatt. So from 100 gigawatt to 280 gigawatt, and wind 140. And there's about 27 gigawatt of battery storage with 4-hour energy storage. So this is what it comes out. And if you see the annual energy consumption from wind and solar, it's close to 31%. 31% of 2930 generation would come from wind and solar. So this is the kind of numbers that we need to look at. Of course, as with any study, there are a number of assumptions involved, and the first and foremost, everything gets guided by the load forecast and the load shape. What would be the load shape for 2030? That's very important because that's a starting point of all your optimal capacity expansion studies. And then, of course, the cost of different technologies. In fact, in the earlier draft study which CA did, the pumped hydro costs were assumed quite much higher. And later on, it was found that for many of the closed loop pumped storage sites, the cost would not be that high. So when the costs were reduced, we got some additional pumped hydro as part of the output. Whereas earlier, this was about 34 gigawatt of battery storage. Cost of different technologies, gestation period is also very important. Then that's where the battery versus pumped hydro debate would continue. Of course, in this optimal capacity expansion, the CA assumed a gestation period of 8 years for pumped storage. So, whereas for battery storage, it was taken as 6 months. So that's possibly, that could be one reason why we ended up having less of pumped hydro. But these are all, these studies, these are all based on several assumptions, and till we get more confidence that pumped hydro gestation period could be reduced, then only we could go for a more pumped hydro. And capacity utilization factor, this is also very important. When we talk about 280 gigawatt of solar here, right? So this 280 gigawatt is actually the DC panel capacity. It's actually the DC capacity, and we get about 22% capacity utilization factor on an annual basis. So this is what the studies, all such optimal capacity expansion studies usually give the number of DC panels that need to be installed. But in practice, what is happening? In practice, we are finding that the developers are installing more number of solar panels. So this 22% CUF, we are actually getting something like 28, 29% CUF from many of the recently commissioned solar projects. And there's one aspect which is missing in all this, in the optimal capacity expansion study, and that's it. At this level of renewable energy penetration, there would be some amount of curtailment. If you read this CA report, it indicates that the annual wind and solar curtailment would be of the order of 5%. Now, the important point here is that when we have to translate all these studies to practice, so ideally all these things must be built into the tenders that SECI and other agencies are issuing, so that there is no slip between the cup and the lip. We start out these studies with these assumptions, but actually if you get solar with 28% CUF because of more DC panels installed, then that would lead to some other related operational as well as economic issues. So it's important that these studies get translated into practice. So what are all the areas that we need to look at? Policy and regulatory initiatives, technical standards, Indian Electricity Grid Code, compliance testing. Then transmission planning is important. And flexibility was mentioned by CMD Posoko in his inaugural address. Flexibility is very important. And of course, reserves, ancillary services, and markets. These are equally important, which would be covered by the panelists. And then how do we visualize this system at the control center? visualization and situational awareness becomes very important, and for which 11 renewable energy management centers have been commissioned. And today, POSOCO is scheduling almost 7.5 gigawatt of wind and solar at the interstate level. Technical standards, we all know that from 6th August 2019, the CA new standards are effective, and it talks about several things like frequency response by RE generators, active power set point control, low voltage. How does the wind and solar behave in case of a fault in the transmission system? There must be a provision to vary the active and reactive power. The short circuit ratio, it becomes important when we start do the transmission planning, and the ramp rates also, that becomes very important. So having the standards alone is not enough. We need to have compliance testing, specific provisions for reactive power support from RE resources, and tomorrow we would soon be requiring inverters should be capable of grid forming. Today, all the inverters are grid following. So if we have to take care of the resilience aspect, then grid forming capabilities become very important. And the grid code, we had the CRC expert group submit its report in January 2020. So there are a host of provisions related to forecasting, unit commitment and decommitment, adequacy, the reserves, reactive power, visualization, and compliance testing. So we look forward to this grid code soon becoming the law of the land. Flexibility, that is also again very important. And in fact, if you look at the hourly ramp in All India demand met, right from 2008 to 2020, you see that the hourly ramps have now gone up to 20 gigawatt. And there would be certain policy related changes, which could really increase this ramp rate. Like, one such example could be the induction stove. If that is used quite widely, then this would lead to a lot of changes in the hourly ramp. And thermal is taking one of the major brunts of this ramping. So you can see the hourly ramping of thermal has gone up to 12 gigawatt. And of course, there is more potential as many of the state-owned generating companies, their generating units, as they become more and more flexible, then we would get much more support from thermal. So all this flexibility, why is it required? Because you'll see that as more and more solar comes onto the system, this is how the net load curve would behave. And the belly of this curve, it would go on protruding further downward. And that's dangerous. Everybody, one has to have belly has to be controlled. So how do we do it? Of course, storage is one area. Pumped hydro or the batteries could typically charge during this time so that the belly is controlled. And then in the evening peak, again, we need ramping. So this net load shape, I've picked up the day in July 2020 when we had the highest wind plus solar penetration. So this is how it looked like. So this is only the tip of the iceberg. We just had about 28 gigawatt of wind and solar, but this would only go up. And you'll see that the coal-fired units, the moment the CRC 55% technical minimum order came, Simadri, this is one example, the units have started operating at 55%. So similarly, HVDC, we have a lot of flexibility from all these high voltage DCs crisscrossing the country. And hydro flexibility is also there. We are getting to tap. During winters, we are able to get a lot of flexibility from the hydro. But again, during the high hydro season, we have limited flexibility from hydro. So I've covered this flexibility, and then of course, all this flexibility is important because if you look at the CA's report on optimal capacity mix, on the day when we have maximum RE generation, there's a curtailment of 17% as per their simulations. So how do we reduce this 17? We can reduce only if the coal flexibility we get more through 40% technical minimum levels and all. So that's described very well in the CA report. And I talked about other flexibility tools also. Transmission, again, it becomes very important because the direction of flows that would change drastically. Historically, more than 15 years back, power always, it used to flow from east to west and north to south. But now with more and more of RE generation, we would have extensive flows from west to east and south to north. So that's something for which the transmission system has to be tested for all these conditions. Just for information, last year in the month of August, we have a back-to-back HVDC at Vizag, Gazuwaka it's known as. So for all these last 13 years, power always used to flow from east to south. But August 2019 was the first time when we actually had to flow from south to east because of the high renewable energy in southern region. So that shows the flexibility that we require from the transmission system. So transmission, of course, many changes are required, like production cost modeling studies, which Mr. A.K. Saxena would also cover in his presentation, and more and more accurate modeling, model verification, reactive power, system inertia, short circuit levels. So transmission planning has now to encompass all these issues so that the system is reliable and resilient. So renewable energy management centers, I already covered earlier. We have 11 renewable energy management centers. And of course, now the next step, which Mr. Ravinder Kadam would also cover, primary, secondary and tertiary control. How do we ensure that all this is implemented? We already have about secondary control. We have implemented a pilot for 5 plants, but we are now looking for extensive wiring of about 70 to 80 gigawatt of capacity to be brought under automatic generation control. And for primary control, we have just started periodic testing of governors. We started with Vindhyachal last month in September, and very soon all the interstate generating stations in the country, the governor testing program would be completed over the next 1 year. And of course, tertiary control. So that's all. I haven't covered the distribution side, because as far as distribution is concerned, we have only just scratched the surface. A lot more to be done. And I'm sure our eminent panelists from UP and CSC, they would dwell on this. So with that, I come to my end of my presentation. I would request Mr. A.K. Saxena, Senior Fellow and Director, Electricity and Fuel Division, TERI, to take over. Thank you. Yeah, Mr. A.K. Saxena. Yeah.
Mr. Saxena, you'll have to unmute yourself. Mr. Saxena, you'll have to unmute. Yes, Mr. Saxena, you are, it's unmuted now. You can talk so that we can check your
Hello?
audio.
Hello, am I audible now?
Yes, you are.
Extremely sorry, first of all, for not being able to, my system did not allow me to unmute myself. With that, first of all, I would like to thank the Bengal Chamber of BCCI for organizing this second edition of the Annual Power Conference on such an important topic, I think, which is very, very topical, which is very, very contemporary. All of us know the importance of this topic. And the theme, which this has already become extremely important over the years, and it is likely to gain further importance as we move forward with the increasing penetration of renewables. And it is a pleasure for Terry to join BCCI as a knowledge partner as well. So I thank BCCI for that, and also for giving me an opportunity to share my views and impressions which in regard to the work which we have done. Like a number of other organizations, we at Terry have also taken a deep dive on the subject of transitioning to cleaner and sustainable energy systems. And while moving forward, we took a comprehensive note and understanding of the work done, which was mentioned by some of the speakers, like about the greening the grid study, which is the first study in this regard. And the overarching objective of our work in this regard in Terry is fostering deployment of low carbon pathways. Our work in the power sector has relevance to the theme, and I would be happy to share the same with the attendees here and draw learning from my fellow panelists and attendees. I present the findings of work which has been done by my young and dynamic team over a period of 2 years, very painstaking efforts on their part. So I am presenting this on their behalf. And I would like to thank Mr. Narasimhan very profusely for giving a very comprehensive presentation and setting the agenda very, very clearly. And with these words, I start with my presentation. And I have chosen to speak about greening the grid and what is the learning from the emerging scenario in regard to the demand side as well as the supply side. When we go to the next slide, we will show that in the studies what we have done, we have developed an open source model for the modeling of power system in the country. This model is called PyPSA, that is Python for Power System Analysis. And this open source model has given us a lot of learnings, and there's a lot of room and scope for adapting it for the Indian conditions as compared to the other modes which could have been tried by us. In this model, we have tried to do a full representation of the generator characteristics with the technical constraints like ramp rate, technical minimum, startup cost, etc. And about more than 900 generating units have been represented on the model. In regard to the simulation on the demand side, we have done an 8760 hourly simulation capturing the daily as well as the seasonal variability of the demand and supply. The resolution is of the order of 15 minutes, and somewhere where we want, mainly it is the hourly resolution, and where we require to take a deeper dive, we have gone to the 15-minute resolution as well. And each state has been represented in the model individually and with the demand and supply characteristics, and the interstate transmission capacity connects them, and the state is a node. All the renewables have been cited explicitly where they are and giving their locational contribution to the grid. Now, the overall objective of this model has been to optimize the system operation and minimize the operation cost, ensure the technical constraints of the machines are respected, and then draw insights from the system operation for high renewable energy integration. When we go to the next slide, we try to present that the scenario framework which we have adopted for doing these studies. Certainly, it is the future in regard to the demand and supply cannot be a deterministic scenario. It has to be a scenario, number of scenarios have to be there, keeping in view the probability which is there. So we have taken the 7 scenarios as we see in the right column. 7 unique scenario combinations have been put into the model. We have taken a baseline capacity scenario where the capacity as planned in the various by the national planning agencies has been taken into consideration. And in the second scenario, we have allowed the renewable capacity to take as much contribution as possible to meet the demand which is expected to be incident on the grid. When we come to the thermal side, I think we have taken one baseline thermal flexibility scenario where the technical minimum has been defined as at one level. But in the second scenario, the low thermal flexibility has also been taken, going as low as 40% also. In generally, it is 55%, but we can go as low as 40% also. But we have also made a distinction between the technical minimum of state sector plants and the interstate generating station plants. When we come to high RE scenario, there also we have three scenarios on a baseline high flexibility scenario. And in another dimension we have added in regard to is the storage, which can be there to take advantage of the daytime sunshine when it is there. And on the transmission side, we have taken the unconstrained transmission scenario and the expanded transmission scenario so that we can get the picture. So this is a combination of several scenarios which takes into account the various generation capacities, the thermal machine flexibility capacities, and the transmission being unconstrained or having certain expansion requirement to be there. Now, the learning which we get from this in the baseline scenario, about 26% of variable renewable energy in the total generation can be accommodated into the grid, integrated into the grid. And in the high renewable scenario, the variable renewable energy contribution goes as high as 32%. When we go to the, on the right side, one can see that there are about more than 100 hours of model simulation. Entire results and data sets are available for public download. The dedicated website is available for results and visualization. People can try their hands and they can come back to us with the questions and feedback, whatever is there. We will learn more and we will do all of us together will do a better exercise to move forward and be more confident and comfortable about integrating high degree of renewable energy into the grid. When we look at the next slide, I think in the next 5 slides, we have tried to present the key messages which come from our study. The first key message or learning which we have drawn is that the flexibility needs will increase tremendously as compared to the demand growth or the demand growth in terms of energy requirement or the peak demand. If we see the left-hand side of the diagram from up to 2030, the energy requirement is going to be almost double and the peak demand is going to be 2.2 times of the current demand levels. But if we look at the daily balancing, seasonal balancing, maximum ramp rate requirement and the reserve requirement, which are to be incident on the grid, they go tremendously high. For example, in the 3 scenarios, the 3 bars on the right-hand side represent the 3 scenarios. The first one represents the current trajectory scenario. The second one is the current policy scenario. And the third one is the high RE scenario. The current trajectory means the pace of implementation as it is today, that goes on to that level. The current policy means that we go up to the 175 gigawatt in 2022 and there onwards, whatever are the figures as per the national electricity policy, etc., that we have taken into consideration. And the high RE scenario takes the RE can expand to meet the demand or whatever is incident on the grid. These are the 3 bars which represent the 3 scenarios. And if we see the daily balancing requirement, they become almost 4.5 times to 6.3 times in the 3 scenarios. The seasonal balancing is 3.2 times to about 4 times. The ramp rate requirement becomes from 3 times to 4 times. And the reserve requirement becomes almost 3 to 3.4 times. So this is what is the type of requirement which is going to be there in regard to the flexibility on the daily basis, on a seasonal basis for the meeting the ramping requirement and the reserve requirement. As part of our study, we found out that a portfolio of various flexibility options across the demand, supply, and storage can lower the cost of implementation. And that should be gainfully utilized so as to have the best possible benefit for the economy or the country or the power system as a whole. Now, on the demand, we can, as Mr. Baba also spoke about, the demand response can be there with the help of the smart meters and the IoT technologies, etc. That is what is there. And the storage, we can have various storage options starting from the hydro, the pump storage, and the mini and micro sort of a pump storage devices, which Mr. Baba talked about, on which IREDA has been working very, very deeply. When we move to the next, I think the next message which you got, learning we got from the study was that the conventional coal and hydro fleet will have a crucial role to play. We found that this is a typical diagram which is there on a day in the month of June 24th of 2030. This is the typical diagram which will look like. The demand will be filled by various supply sources. This is the manner and the pattern. You can see at the bottom level is the nuclear, but if you look at the gray color, which is the coal, you can see it's almost about 135 or 140 gigawatt at the 00 hours, and it goes to the minimum level of about 75 to 80 gigawatt, and then comes back in the evening hours to again a higher level. So this is the type of duty which has to be done by the coal, and the other types of resources also. You can see the pattern. On the middle part, which is the yellow color, is the solar generation which is going to be there, and at the top peak of this, the brown sort of a color is the RE curtailment which is likely to be there because of the demand having been already met from various other sources. The PLF in various scenarios goes from about 58% to 65%, but the basic nature of the coal-based system operation changes from base load to flexibility requirements, and that too of the day and across various seasons. The 55% technical minimum is extremely crucial to be met by 2030, and if the greater amount of flexibility and lower technical minimum is there, it will go to the benefit of the system, and it could be advantageous in meeting the nature of the demand which is incident because of the variability of the renewable energy sources. The technically challenging two-shifting operation may also be required in some of the coal-based units and other sources of flexibility unless they are developed. Hydro, as it is noted, Mr. Narasimhan also presented that it provides an essential fast ramping resource, and we also find that it can meet the peaking requirements, and it should be reserved for this purpose after meeting all the irrigation and other necessary requirements. The next message which comes through the next slide is that the battery storage and pump storage can provide multiple benefits, and they need to be developed at a scale by 2030. If we look at the curve which is there for a particular day in the month of April of 2030, 11th of April 2030, this is a maximum curtailment day in the high renewable energy scenario. If you look at the middle of the diagram in the ocean blue color, if I can call it, that is the total curtailment which is likely to happen at about mid-noon. And in order to take advantage of the solar generation which is available, likely to be available at that point of time, if you look at the right-hand side diagram at the bottom below, we have tried to see that, show that this a large amount of the excess generation from the solar could be used to charge the batteries, and which could be gainfully utilized in the evening hours. So if you look at the ocean blue color in the middle of the diagram, that the depth is reduced, and if you look sort of a purple color towards the evening, which is showing the BESS discharge, so the battery which is charged during the daytime is discharged during the evening times to give the required peaking requirement in the evening hours. So this is the second conclusion or the learning which we drew, that battery storage and pump storage can play, and hydro can play a very, very important role. We move over to the next, and we try to go to the transmission system as an enabler. That is the fourth message we got about. And Mr. Narasimhan showed a diagram which we saw the good amount of transmission network we have spread across the country, and which helps us to bring the power from the sources of generation to the load centers very, very efficiently. And that is what will go to the benefit of integration of renewables, because rather than having the localized requirement to meet the demand, the transmission acts as a great enabler. And if you look at the diagram herein, the lines show here the interstate connectivity, and the boldness of the diagram shows the quantum of power flow which is likely to be there from one state to the other state. And if you see, the colors represent the import and export of the power by the states. And in this particular diagram, which is for the 1 p.m. on 25th of May of 2030, The states like Maharashtra, they will be importers, and the other states which are in the red and purple color or the light other shades other than the blue color, they will be the exporters of the power. So this the transmission grid will certainly help us very substantially, and these power flows will change very significantly over the duration of period whatever we are considering. And managing these power flow will require not only the infrastructure but also regulatory and market reforms to promote the scheduling and dispatch beyond the local boundaries of a state as well as the interstate generating boundaries. The power system planning at the state level needs to incorporate the regional perspective. That is what we have to move now. And a lot of initiatives have already been taking place in the country, and a more impetus and a more push to that will further facilitate the integration of renewables to the grid. We move over to the next, and what is the next slide shows that if we look at the fixed cost and the variable cost or the total generation cost or the system cost from in the various scenarios. So if we have if you look at the right hand side of the description, the fuel cost, startup costs, O&M cost, if we take all of them into consideration, we see that as we bring in more renewables into the system, the fixed cost will increase, but the variable cost will decrease. And overall, at the system cost level, they remain almost at the same level, about 4 rupees 75 paisa, 4 rupees 80 paisa or so, 470 to 480. So I think in this context, I think this is a good news that even if with the high degree of renewable, the cost of generation doesn't vary that significantly. And the point which came up in the discussions initially was that whether the cost of renewables plus the cost of storage, whether it is competitive and when it will become competitive. So all of us are aware that the tenders floated by SECI for the solar power plus the battery storage or other form of storage are now, the new plants are competitive with the new coal-based plants. And I think we are just waiting for technology and the skills to push these costs further so that they become competitive with many of the existing plants as well. And that will really set the scene for embracing higher degree of renewables into the grid. So this is what all I thought is from our side, which we wanted to present. So we have tried to see that feasibility of integration of renewables, that is very much feasible, technically possible, operationally possible. Now it is the policy and regulatory recommendations or the initiatives are to be there. The economics is an issue which will continue to be an important issue, more so for a developing country like India. And we are hoping that with the development of technology and the scaling up of the demand, I think this will certainly see the better light. And the most importantly, one point which one of the speakers mentioned about is the social impact. I think this is extremely important, and I would like to underline here that we at TERI are also looking at this social impact, and we are doing a study onto this. And very soon we will be conducting a webinar wherein we will try to present our findings or the impressions or the framework for looking at the social impact of this transition which is going to happen. So thank you very much for giving me an opportunity to present my views on behalf of the work which our team has done at TERI for the last 2 years or so. And we continue to look forward for the work for a deeper dive up to 2030. And also we are looking at the scenario up to 2050 as well. Thank you very much to BCCI. Thank you very much, Mr. Narasimhan, for the time given to me.
Thank you, Mr. A.K. Saxena ji, for a wonderful presentation describing the study. I think the next speaker would be Mr. Ravindra Kadam, who would speak on enabling market for renewable integration. I had a request to Mr. Ravindra Kadam, if you could restrict your presentation to about 12 minutes so that we have adequate time for Q&A.
Am I audible, sir?
Yeah, please
okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much. I definitely will restrict myself within 12 to 15 minutes, not more than that, because I think all the panelists and the inaugural sessions have covered most of the agenda and the points which are critical for this particular webinar. And I will also try, that's why I will share my screen and I will try to fix my presentations. in the coming. So let me just see whether my screen is visible to everyone.
Yes,
Yes,
Is it-
please
yes.
put it in slideshow.
So it on the on the full screen mode. Is it visible, sir? Once again, I'll just
Please go ahead.
thank you. So thank you very much, first of all, for inviting me for this interesting opportunity from the Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry. And actually, this is a very apt webinar, especially since the introduction of the real-time market in the India since June 2020. So what I'm going to cover in this my presentation is basically what kind of a thinking from the Central Regulatory Commission's point of view is going into to make sure that there is enough enabling regulatory and the policy framework available to integrate higher and higher renewable energy into the systems. And for that, I think before I go forward, let me just say that I'm working there as an advisor and of renewable energy, but whatever the views, most probably I will share, not necessarily represent the views of the Commission. So that disclaimers I would like to give before I go ahead. Now, in addition to that, what generally my presentation is going to cover, though definitely I will concentrate more on this concept, or what I would say the introduction of the ancillary services and how we are thinking to move forward with the ancillary market. But in addition to that, I will just try to, since the context has been already set, so the way I have planned my presentation is basically in this way, where I would first try to speak about the challenges for the renewable integrations and what are the current market status in India and what are the scope of optimizations actually available in the Indian system based on whatever the characteristics we have. And then based on that, what are the key initiatives that the CRC we have thinking of, and most probably will going ahead will be thinking to make sure that there is an required enabling regulatory framework is available for the impressive growth in the future for the renewables. So just to start with my presentations, I will not go, I will not expand this particular slide. You all actually aware about this, that we have seen a very impressive growth over a period of time for the renewables and have been increased our capacity significantly. But actually going from this whole transitions, we have also seen that there has been a new challenges have been emerged into the systems. The system which was earlier dominant by the conventional power sources, which is still dominant by the conventional power sources, but still the renewable energy have actually started playing a significant role. And we have seen number of challenges coming, especially as the system is concerned, and also the integrations and managing the demand and energy and supply balances into the system. So again, most of my earlier presenters and also the inaugural sessions have covered a basic challenges for the RE integration. So I will not delve here, but generally you can see that there are the technical challenges because now not only the variability into the demand, but there is a high significant variation into the generation also come into the picture. And then the grid has to be balanced both energy and the demand at the same time at every 24 hour, 24/7. Since in addition to that, there will be an operational challenges for the load dispatch centers, for the utility and even for the generation to make sure that they are not deviating from their forecasting or the scheduling. At the same time, there will be institutional challenges, and we are actually coping with those institutional challenges. We have also started establishing the REMCs to make sure that the forecasting of renewable will be taking place. There has already been a number of webinars and workshops to capability building of the system operator and all the stakeholders. In addition to that, there are of course financial challenges because with new RE coming into the pictures, there will be definitely less and less conventional capacity will be added into the systems, and then the financial challenges of the renewable energies will definitely prove. Then there will be a financial challenges to overall for a conventional capacity, which was generally the norms, or any other conventional sources to make into the way for the future. In addition to that, of course, as Mr. Saxena and all other speakers have mentioned, there would be a socio-economic challenge considering the stage of development we are. The kind of affordability will become an issue is possible, and at the same time the dependency in terms of the importing of RE modules and all will also have to be look into the picture, because eventually going forward we'll have to think the RE integrations as a holistically solutions. Now, but to achieve that, and considering the kind of aggressive targets we have given for our climate change Paris agreements, in addition to that, a target of 175 gigawatt by 2020 or 400 gigawatt in the coming futures, I think we have to understand what kind of a market can be established into the India so as to enable this particular RE integration into the systems. And for that, we have to understand what exactly where are we right now. And if you see where are we right now, I think this is this particular slide try to cover that aspect. Is that even though we have started power exchange since 2009, and there has been a significant improvement into the power exchange volume, we still have a large power procurement happening through a long-term power purchase procurement, where the utilities have actually done a 25 years of long-term power procurement and are procuring power from that. So it's more of a self-scheduling, or I would say a decentralized scheduling still exists in India in a big way. And of course, the renewables have been a part of that whole same game. So in that sense, the renewable have also been into a kind of a long-term PPAs with the utilities to meet their RPO obligations, so to say. But the point here is that eventually, even though the RPO obligations is, I would say, a kind of push policy from the government of India to make sure that there has been a minimum guarantee of renewable procurements by the utility is ensured. But at the same time, eventually going forward, as you have seen in the developed countries, we eventually will have to move towards a more market kind of a solutions for our integration, and where the renewable sources will actually try to compete with the conventional sources at par with the conventional sources, even in the market, and that has been have seen in many developed countries where we have seen the large integrations have actually created a new kind of a market designs and market framework developed there. And I think India over long term will also have to think in such a way that that whole RE integrations will be efficiently and optimally will be integrated with the system through some kind of a market structure. Now, while going ahead with that, I think what exactly the Central Commission is thinking is, again, as I said, it's my point of view, is that how to go more and more increase the market penetration into the Indian power systems. And for that, as I said, since there has been a push, the policy push for the renewables into the systems, what was the need of an hour right now was to make sure that how to manage the energy imbalance, which has been may have started coming into the picture because of renewables. And that's why the first things the Commission have tried to do is to understand what are the closer time imbalance, what are the opportunities for the utilities in India have to manage the energy imbalance closer to the real time. And if you could see, till now we had basically have more dependent on the UI schedules, the deviation settlement mechanism. That's why was introduced to make sure that the utilities are not relying only onto the grid. There is also intraday market available to make sure that whatever the corrections in the energy and the demand can make through the intraday market. And of course, there are others, as I said, a big chunk of provision like right to revision, right to recall, where the same beneficiary can recall the power from their contracted generator to make sure and to manage the flexibility. Now, these are the 2-3 options generally the existing Indian utility has to manage the energy imbalance closer to the real time. And because of, while handling this, you can see that the existing market operations has a very what should I say, a very blurred demarcation of what I would say the unscheduled deviations and inadvertent deviations, at the same time the energy trade into the closer to the real time. And this is exactly, I think, the Commission has tried to do by introducing the real time market to create some kind of a line of demarcation between the energy trade and the system balance into system imbalance into the system. So now with the introduction of the real time electricity market 1 hour before the actual delivery for half an hour window, I think this is generally the objective Commission has tried to do. But in addition to that, and I think we have already seen the kind of an effect of real-time market into our system in the last 3 months of the commencement of this real-time market. We have seen a quite encouraging participation, not from the generation side, but also from the utility side, to manage their energy trade or the energy mix, or I would say a portfolio closer to the real time in such a way that now the most of the utilities, instead of paying for a high VC, variable cost, to their own generators, if the RTM has a cheaper generation available, then they are preferring to go for the RTM rather than generating a higher conventional sources which are there available with them. So now, in addition to that, I think I would also like to highlight another pilot which Commission has allowed, and the POSOCO is actually running. This pilot is a security constraint economic dispatch. This is also another, I would say, an opportunity for the utility, opportunity of optimization closer to the real time, in which the demand from the utility has not changed, but you have actually changing the mix of the generation resources in such a way that you are optimally utilizing the available spinning reserves. And this has actually also given a lot of good results. I would say the net saving to the tune of 2 to 2.5 crore per day is there. Just to again elaborate a little bit about how exactly the timeline for the RTM market is having it. As I said, there are 48 markets are running in a day, and the window delivery period is of half an hour. And
yeah, Ravi, shall I just interpret this? I think there's a separate session exclusively on RTM. So maybe
no problem.
That would be covered. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. So now this is, as I said, this one, the real-time energy market is the one, and the SCD is the one, energy kind of an imbalance, to manage the energy imbalance closer to the real time. But in addition to that, what actually the Commission is also thinking, have already thought and have given a roadmap for introducing the ancillary service market into the India. And why particular this is going to be important is that, as I said, more and more flexibility will be required into the system, and that flexibility will have to be managed with the existing sources. Now, to manage that existing sources and to create at the same time making sure that the grid is reliable and not frequency is within the tolerable band, we have to also make sure that there is a sufficient reserve capacity available with the systems. And with this kind of an introduction of reserve capacity, I think it's also going to play a long-term role into the Indian system, considering that earlier when there was a shortage of supply happened, there was hardly any reserves requirement was maintained by the utility. But now, considering that we have an oversupply of capacity, at the same time there is a huge RE integration is possible, we'll have to make sure that the reserve capacity have also been managed by each distribution utilities into the India. And I think for that also Commission is trying to look forward and have already started a kind of an interstate generator tertiary reserves requirement and the regulatory framework for the tertiary reserve requirement at the interstate level. And we have already POSOCO is already actually doing an administrative mechanism for the tertiary kind of a reserve services. Before that, I just like to convey here that what kind of ancillary services are thinking. We are thinking, as already Mr. Narasimhan sir has mentioned, that there are generally the three kind of an ancillary service are considered into any power system, which are primary control, secondary control, and the tertiary control. Primary and the secondary control are generally managed to control the frequency for the control of the frequency into the system, to manage the frequency for the reference at a reference frequency, but at the same time, the tertiary control is then later is required into the system to manage the whatever the imbalance remain into the system, and generally the continuum of that reserves requirement you can see in this particular diagram. This particular diagram was or this assessment of different reserve requirement was done by the expert committee in the CRC. Mr. Narasimhan was also the part of that committee. The CRC have also come out with the roadmap based on this particular recommendations by the committee, and you can see that considering the Indian scenario, this kind of a primary, secondary, and tertiary reserve requirements have been established at the central level, and there has been an regulatory interventions regulatory intervention given for making for commencing this particular ancillary services into the system. As Narasimhan sir have already mentioned, though there is already a IGC mandate given for the interstate generating stations to make sure that the primary response will be catered by those generators through their governor mode operations, and for that the scheduling was allowed not more than their 100%. But at the same time, as sir has mentioned already, that we have already started doing the pilot with few generators, and soon enough all the generators will be converted into that governor mode to make sure that the required primary response will be given by those generators whenever required by the system for the grid reliability. At the same time, the secondary response, the pilot for that secondary response was already started, I think 2 years before, from 2017-18, and there has been enough experience have achieved by actually integrating the 5 interstate generators of NTPC for the AGC pilots, and there has been a very good and encouraging results have already been there, and since based on that pilot, the CRC has already in August 2019 have given the enablement of AGC for all the IGS stations, so that almost 50 to 60 gigawatt of IGS stations will be ready with the AGC enabled. I mean, this particular AGC enablement will again give a, we are hoping that will give a positive secondary response into the system to make sure that the frequency restoration can happen as early as possible. So that the response time for the AGC is generally around 30 seconds to 15 minutes, and we are actually in the process of creating administrative mechanisms to make sure that this AGC enablement will happen as early as possible, and it will be actually ready to implementations at the international level. At the national level. At the same time, we are hoping that since the state also will take some initiatives and will build with their state capacity will take some initiatives to create such kind of a ancillary market at the state level. In addition to that, there is of course a tertiary, as I said, tertiary administrative mechanism is already in place since 2016. We have seen the benefit of that by making the frequency within the tolerable band. But at the same time, we have also seen that since there have been already 2 or 3 years of experience of running the tertiary reserves in the administrative mode, the commission is thinking how basically making this particular tertiary reserve requirement more inclusive by allowing the other IPPs and other generators, even the state connected generators, or for that matter, the storage also the part of this providing the tertiary services. And for that, basically the commission is in the process of making the market-based procurement of the tertiary reserves in the near future, and most hopefully you will see in the near future a kind of a required regulatory framework for making sure that the tertiary reserves are procured through the market based. Now, in addition to that, as I said, these 2-3 initiatives are more in terms of managing the imbalance into the system, and those imbalance closer to the systems are become a need of an hour because of a high variability into the system due to the renewables. And I think this 3 initiatives which I mentioned, which are of course there are a number of other initiatives as Narasimhan sir mentioned. There's a grid code revamping is going on. The commission is going to incorporate this most of the aspects into the grid code, which not only all the three initiatives, but resource adequacy and other required, I would say, the regulatory framework will be in place. But in addition to that, I said I would like to highlight here the recent initiative or the recent commencement of this green term ahead market also here, because while managing the variability at the closer to the real time is important, this is basically I would say a kind of an insight the Commission is thinking whether how the overall a separate market for the green energy will work in the Indian scenario. And in that aspect, actually, this introduction of this green term ahead market have been allowed. And if you the initial results of the green term ahead market again are encouraging. There are issues in terms of more liquidity into the market, but since it has been started just 1 month before, it has seen that there has been another opportunity for the utility, especially the RE-rich states, to actually sell their excess RE to RE deficient states in such a way through such kind of a green term ahead market. And in that, basically, there are, of course,
Ravi, sorry to interrupt. Could you conclude over the next 1 minute?
Yeah, this is the last. Yeah, this is the second. This is my second last slide. Okay, so this is, as I said, this is the product through this green term ahead market has been introduced, and this is, I think, will going to establish to create a further long-term renewable energy market, either in the day-ahead market or intraday market, especially for the renewable energy, which will eventually create some kind of a encouragement for the RE integration. Now, in addition to this, of course, another discussion paper which Commission has already floated is about market-based economic dispatch, where actually this optimizations can happen, whether this optimization can be taken place on a day-ahead basis. So going from a real-time and the ancillary reserve requirement, how we can basically start this optimization on a day-ahead basis is another initiative Commission is thinking, and soon enough we will actually see the initiatives of the Commissions in the near future. So, in nutshell, basically, what I'm trying to say is that the Commission is thinking about all the challenges of RE integration in a long terms and creating some kind of an enabling framework. And these are the three, four initiatives which will directly have an impact of making this transition effective and smooth. But in addition to that, going forward, this whole supply side variability and the uncertainty and implementation of RE is going to be the issue, and we'll have to create some innovative solutions to make sure that this whole transition will take place smoothly without too much of a economic burden onto the overall consumers. So this is my last slide, and I'm very thank you once again for giving me this opportunity, and will be available for the any questions on my presentations. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thanks, Ravindraji. I'm sorry I had to interrupt you because you're running.
It's okay, absolutely fine. I can understand when you are talking, you don't know what exactly.
Yeah, I think I would now call upon Shri S.K. Suniji, with his vast experience in system operation as well as markets, and spearheading several changes in over 4 decades. So I would request him to share his thoughts with the audience.
Yeah, thank you. Am I audible, I suppose?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Yes. So first of all, thank you, BCCI, the organizers, and Mr. Gautam Roy for giving me this opportunity. And I feel very nostalgic. You know, way back in the 80s, during my tenure in Kolkata, there is an echo. Yeah. Okay. So during my stint in Kolkata, I used to attend and deliver lectures in BCCI. It used to be excellent opportunity. We heard great personalities in the inaugural session, and also in this panel session. Mr. Narasimhan has painted a big canvas, very nicely explained the big picture. Mr. Saxena with his open source model, like technical, temporal, and spatial data and key messages. And of course, Mr. Ravinder Kadam has talked about market nuances, challenges in R integration, and all such things. So there is hardly anything left to be spoken because almost everything has been covered. And then there is another session where people will discuss about RTM in detail. So I would leave only with one thought in this seminar from my side. I'm a hardcore practitioner and believe in converting things. We are not in academia, we are in industry, and system must get benefit out of it. Otherwise, it doesn't work. So the theory says that we must have a vision. There is a vision, there is a policy, there is an act, and regulators want that, yes, things should happen. We heard Sutirtha Bhattacharya Sahab, and every regulator wants it, and every policymaker wants it. But do we have the skill set? Have we provided the resources, be it in terms of money, manpower, and all other resources? Do we have detailed action plan to implement it? Why I'm saying so, that if you don't have any of these, it will lead to frustration, confusion, or a false start. We every other day see that something which we start with a big fanfare is rolled back because something else was not worked out in detail. I'm all for it, and I'm quite buoyant about it. We will be able to do it, but still, while we exchange pleasantries, but we should also gather courage to say what could be the problem. We must have all the 6 thinking hats on your mind. So let me come to the present state of affair, greening the grid, moving towards the market. These are the 2 buzzwords, and we are all committed to it. But where could we go wrong? Mr. Gautam Roy said that maximization was simple, but now extremization is simple, but now it's optimization. And optimization requires a different skill set. So I would straight come to very practical, implementable suggestions. We all know about TRLs, not transmission loading relief. It's a technological readiness level. So internationally, starting from NASA, everybody talks about TRL, technology readiness level. For anything which we want to do, let's see what is our maturity level of that. Competence maturity level. Why? From where does it come? You say the battery is a very simple example. You put anode and cathode, and there is a voltage. Even if you put any 2 metals, it will do that. But you see the amount of time it takes to come to flow batteries and vanadium and lithium ion and so on and on. Because every aspect has to be seen. Safety aspect, transportation, economics, availability of raw material, and so on. I would not, I am aware that such an exalted gathering knows about it, but I would like to map it on to our grid, to our power system. All these elements which goes on in raising a product from TRL1 to TRL9. Let there be a market is TRL1. All of us want it. But if you have to roll out pan-India, you have to raise it to TRL9. How do we raise it to TRL9? Check the ecosystem. How is the ecosystem? Must check the preparedness and preparedness of the last people who would operate. The IT systems, the systems and procedures, intrinsic capability of people. Because if you don't have the skill set, whatever you tell me, I'll feel nervous about it. And that happens. And I am particularly talking at the state level. I will come to that a little later, but let me again articulate further that for raising the maturity level, what all has to be done. Domain knowledge, absolutely essential. Mathematics is no less essential, because when you do optimization, whether you are in a linear programming, non-linear programming, quadratic, combinatorial, whether you have integer variables, whether you have infeasibility, how do you interpret duals, and every aspect has to be seen. Again, that's a very mature subject. But when you bring it to practical optimization, it's a completely different ballgame, believe me. And that's what is not being given the due weightage. Whether the tools are there or not, whether data handling capability has been developed at the the entire value chain, whether everybody is doing that or not, whether safety aspect has been taken, what happens if you are running market and suddenly it crashes, what impact it will have, what are the risks involved, and how do we ride through in case something happens, because there is no undo button here. If you do something, grid has to run all the time. So how do we take care of those aspects? So my suggestion would be, very humble suggestion would be to the regulators, to the policymakers, and to the senior people, those who are present here, that please see the 9 levels of maturity. Whatever you are proposing, at what level of maturity you are, what all needs to be done. Don't shy away from listening to those hurdles which actual implementation will face. I have a big list of it, but I would not take time to, because already we are running late, and before the chair of the session gives me a reminder, let me try to quickly wrap up and come to the end of it. So what I am suggesting is, we have done extensive survey through questionnaire, through visits, and seen the capability of the last man in various stakeholders, and particularly for the system operators. Simple thing like ramping. When you start implementing ramping, then you understand how to measure it, how to pay for it, how to specify it in your schedule, how the triangle has to be converted into rectangle, what happens to the acceleration, how the thermal machine ramps. Simple concept. Actual implementation is difficult. Similarly, when we do talk of optimization, how would you factor ramping? There are different ways. What happens if there is a ramp shortfall? What is the value of lost load which you will take? We can't avoid these questions. We have to answer this. Only at the surface level, it all looks fine. But when you start implementing it, then you get into difficulty. Is there enough audit procedures available? Is there enough dissemination of information and communication? Do we have certified market specialists in India? Everybody appears to be market specialist, but we will not go to a doctor who doesn't have a master's degree. So similarly, now we need specialists, and on whom you can rely, on whom the country can safely hand over that they will design it properly. So all the intentions are good. We would achieve it also. We have very capable people and our intentions are very good. Our vision is very clear. But not that the outsiders can come and tell us what is to be done. It will not work. The solution has to come from within. And for that, we need to develop our intrinsic capability amongst all the players, particularly at the SLDC level, at the state regulatory commissions level, and even the central regulatory commissions level. Look at the strength we have in our institutions. They don't pass the first test, whether there is enough resource available or not. I am now a senior citizen. I can afford to very boldly say that if we don't address those things, we would have a false start and frustration. To conclude, as far as our integration is concerned, as far as market is concerned, everybody wants it. Who doesn't want cheaper power? Who doesn't want green power? And who doesn't want more economical power, reliable power? But how to achieve it? All the prescriptions are also available, but how do we implement it? A very humble attempt was made by Forum of Regulators, Forum of Load Dispatchers, to raise the bar of the last people in the form of 3 reports. You know, in Bengal, there is a trilogy. We are very fond of those 3 movies. And during my childhood, I have enjoyed all that. So with that intention, I would recommend 3 books which are available. They may not have very high-fi funda, but they talk about the problems of the kitchen. I don't have proper utensils. I don't have a gas stove. How do you give me a very sophisticated recipe? How do I cook? And the problem of the cook. So there is a report called Samast, Scheduling, Accounting, Metering, and Settlement of Transaction. How do you settle the transaction? Because if you can't settle that, no matter what you say, it will not work. The second was CABIL, C-A-B-I-L, Capacity Building of Indian Load Dispatchers. Situation is not very good, friends. We can maintain a facade, but it will not work. You have to equip the load dispatch centers with capable black belt operators. And then the last one, the last of these report was named Santulan. It is, you know, state level ancillary to balance the system. So if you have these 3, then only I'll be able to understand the complex market models and deeper penetration of renewable energy, how to integrate it. Up to 20%, which Mr. Narasimhan explained, was easy. We have already, you know, low-hanging fruits have been picked up. But now when we will go up, we would see the difficulties in this. So pardon me for being a little off track and being very straightforward in my feeling, but I would not have done duty. I'll not feel contented if I don't say this. So understanding all these sophisticated market instruments and these terminologies about the renewables, the intent, all are good. But please do take care of the ground level realities to make it successful. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for this interesting, good, excellent insight. Execution is the key to any change, you know, and that's where many of us stumble either at the first step. So it's important to take note of what all you have suggested, and I'm sure it would be a good learning for all the participants. I think I'll just next hand over to Mr. Bibu Mahapatra from the UP Genco and Transco. He's Director of Finance there, so he would bring an interesting perspective from the distribution side. Thank you. Thank you. Over to you, Mr. Mahapatra. Just a moment. I think you have to unmute yourself.
Am I audible now?
Yeah. Please go ahead, sir.
Good afternoon, everybody. So very learned, very eminent speakers are here, and Mr. Gautam Rai. Very, very good afternoon. So let me start with the same RE. As we all know that we have a target of 175 gigawatt RE potential by 2022. But this within this 175 RE potential, that we have to have achieved at least 100 gigawatt from the solar sources. And within that 100 gigawatt, again, the 40 gigawatt is required from rooftop solar. So this target of rooftop solar is 40 gigawatt by end of 2022. But If you see today, as on today, we have achieved only up to 5.5 gigawatt. So there is a very short time, say around 2 years, we have to achieve the balance 14.5, say 35.5, sorry, 34.5 gigawatt. 34.5 gigawatt from rooftop solar by 2022. So how do we go ahead? So what is the progress? So if you see the progress in this utility level RE, if you see the progress is very good. You can see the CAGR growth is more than 90%. But if you see this RE from rooftop, it is very abysmally low. And we have a time of 2 years. Within 2 years, we have to achieve this 34.5 gigawatt. So here the question arises now, the topic what you have kept is prosumer. The prosumer is a new term, that is a consumer who produces is a prosumer. And that prosumer will contribute 34.5 gigawatt. Then what we have done, what the policy makers, what the regulators they have done. So in order to boost this sector, in order to encourage this, so they have come up with so many regulations. The first one regulation is this net metering regulation. Net metering, in the net metering regulation, basically a consumer, he is producing, whenever he is producing, he is consuming himself, and any surplus power he is injecting or exporting to the grid, and whenever he has also requirement, he is drawing from the grid in the night hour or evening hour. So this net metering, what is the benefit? That he is being incentivized because his cost, say you consider institutional consumer, you talk of a commercial consumer, you talk of a high net worth residential consumers, there the retail tariff is not less than 5 rupees, where the cost of production is less than 3 rupees. Taking into, if you take all the subsidy and other benefit, other incentives, it will be less than in some cases it is less than 2 rupees. So there is a wide gap of at least 3 rupees. So that 3 rupees incentivize him. So that for which he is going for a rooftop solar. Besides that, what we have done, the government of India has come up with central financial assistance for 40% in case of residential up to 3 kilowatt, and 20% from up to 10 kilowatt in case of only residential consumers. But in case of commercial as well as institutional consumers, again we have this accelerated depreciation, tax benefit. So all these things encourages the consumers to go for a rooftop solar. Besides that, also if you see, besides this subsidy and tax breaks, again we have also low tax rate of say 5% GST for this the solar system. Besides, we have also concessional rate of loan from the banks. Bank has taken this the bankers are considering this loan to these rooftops as a priority sector. So there is a access to the bank loan as well as this rate of interest is low. So that means cheaper credit, better tax break, subsidy, and also there is a benefit of net metering. So all this encourages a consumer to go for rooftop solar. Then now the question arises: if all these incentives are there, then why the rooftop solar installation is not moving very fast the way it should as per our target? The reason is mainly there is a gap. The government of India ultimately they realized this gap in 2019. They come up with some regulation in 2019 August. Basically, you may have a very good product, a cost leadership product, having a very good technology leader product, but unless you have a very robust distribution chain, you can't be successful. That is the reason for which everybody realized only this distribution company who have the wide network, who have the presence everywhere, they have to take the interest on this. Unless they take the interest, this program will not be successful. That's why they came up in Government of India came during August 2019. They come up with a scheme in which they gave a lot of mandate to the distribution companies, and some incentive scheme also introduced, a performance-based incentive. If they will, the distribution company will contribute for this rooftop solar in their area of license, they will get certain incremental percentage, incremental incentive. All these things are there. But according to me, still the incentive is not very, very attractive. And there is a gap. Everybody, these policymakers, they are now thinking seriously, regulators also, unless they address the issues pertaining to the distribution sector, distribution companies, this program will not be successful. So a very relevant topics you have kept, that is this prosumer with perspective of in the DISCOM, from DISCOM perspective. So let us now discuss about what are the issues on behalf of the DISCOM. From the DISCOM perspective, what are the issues? First issue is regarding the commercial, financial and commercial issues. What are the financial commercial issues? First is always this DISCOM, they feel in case this new prosumers will come, the more the prosumers will come, the more the rooftop solar installations will come, they will lose business, they will lose the market. They basically, whatever they are selling, the energy, that will be reduced. So they will lose the revenue. So there is a feeling that their revenue will be, their income will be reduced, their profit will be reduced. So that's why they are very skeptical. They are not very much cooperative. Second point comes, then excess capacity. What happens if you see across the India, you will find almost all DISCOM have now the excess capacity. They have the surplus power, and most of the DISCOMs, without drawing the power, they are paying the fixed cost. Because as per this, what we discussed in the session, earlier sessions, that we have large number of PPAs, long-term PPAs, so-called long-term PPAs, these CPSUs and IPPs, they have pressurized this DISCOMs to somehow they have convinced the DISCOM to sign the PPAs. On the strength of PPA, they have gone to the financial institutions, borrowed money, and put up large number of generating plants. Now we have 370,000 megawatt capacity, but out of that 370,000 megawatt, at least say 50,000 megawatt is a standard capacity. Almost all distribution companies, they have the surplus power. Without drawing power, they are giving the they are paying the fixed cost. So they don't want to add more power to their system, to their bucket. That is another issue. Then another issue, the third issue is the cross subsidy. Basically, this the consumers who are basically the paying consumers, the commercial consumer, institutional consumers, high net worth consumers, they have the big roof, they have the resources, they are going for rooftop installations. They are very paying consumers. If these paying consumers will go away from the portfolio of the distribution companies, then who will subsidize, who will cross subsidize this poor consumers, the low value consumers, the low end consumers? So that means sometimes it is also told that was a Robin Hood in reverse. Robin Hood in reverse means basically those consumers who are very well off consumers, we are only helping them by this. So is it in the proper direction or not? That again we have to see. We have to address this issue also. Then another important issue, that is this burden of additional infra. Whenever we go for the prosumer, then we have to also give connectivity, and sometimes we have to augment our DT. Sometimes we have to augment our LT lines. So that also burdens the distribution companies, for which distribution company is not getting any capital subsidy from anybody. Then another is TOD, time of day tariff. In the time, normally what we see, the prosumers, they generate power in the daytime, which is mostly a non-peak hour, and they draw the power in the peak hour. So since there is no TOD tariff is applicable to them, they are getting this benefit of supplying non-peak power and drawing peak power, but both are, this non-peak power is getting adjusted to the peak power. So he is only paying the net, whatever net energy he is using, for that he is paying the bill to the discoms. So all these, due to all these factors, basically there are so many other factors, but these are the most important factors for which the discoms are not very much interested that the rooftop solar scheme should grow and they should flourish and they should come up. Besides this financial and commercial factors, there is another is operational factor. That Soni Saab is a towering personality in this power sector. He has already told. There is about this scheduling. Regarding the scheduling, these are all distributed genetic systems. We don't have any connection with them. We don't have this SCADA system with them. So it is very difficult to know what is the production at online. How you cannot monitor their production generation. You cannot know forecasting, as Mr. Narasimhan initially told about a lot of things about forecasting. So forecasting, scheduling, or day-ahead forecasting, day-ahead scheduling is also very difficult in case of this rooftop prosumers. So for this, also this operational problem, this distribution companies are experiencing a lot of operational problem. Besides that, the all other things, because they don't have the, as Soni Saab told, they don't have the skilled manpower to do the initial feasibility study, to give them online, to process their applications, to give the connectivity, to ensure the installation of the net meter, to monitor this, to periodically visit this, to ensure the technological compliance. For all these things, they don't have manpower. So that is another, the capacity building of the manpower that is also required. And there are so many other lot of operational issues. Then comes technical. Although the technical issue, I can just this is these are the voltage related problem. There are power quality problem. There is a protection related problem. There is system security problem. Lack of reactive power. This phase balancing. A lot of things are there. As Soni Saab has rightly told, and Mr. Narasimhan also, that now this presence of this prosumers, the rooftop power, rooftop installations are very less. When the penetration will be more, much more, then all these problems, now we are not experiencing this much. But ultimately, we should be prepared for this, because once this penetration will be more, the presence will be more, definitely there will be great disturbances, there will be power quality problem, there will be voltage problem. For all this, we should also be prepared. So basically, these are the issues, some operational issues, some technical issues, some financial, commercial issues. These needs to be addressed. Unless you address these issues from the discom perspective, definitely you will not get the result. So for this, I have 3-4 suggestions from the discom point of view. This policy, these regulations, the discom, they always feel it is very much tilted toward consumers or prosumers. This is the general feeling that it is very much tilted. There are a lot of benefits is given to the consumers, right from concessional use of power to so many tax break, concessional credit, so many things. But there is no benefit to the distribution companies. So distribution company should be also compensated. The first one is some capex. So for strengthening their system, to provide this connectivity to large scale consumer, to large number of prosumers, they need some augmentation of their system. For that, they should get some capital subsidy. Similarly, for operational thing, for operational, whatever we have discussed for operational problems and operational expenses, that expenditure should also be allowed in the ARR of the, if not as a subsidy, at least it should be allowed in the ARR. Regulator has to allow this in their ARR of the distribution company, so that they will be in a comfortable position to look into this. Then obviously these distribution companies, they have to take an anchor role. They have to build that workforce. They have to skill their workforce. They have to create a consumer awareness, because one thing is missing in this distribution companies. The distribution companies are working in a very regulated monopolistic condition. So the element of marketing is not there. There's an absence. So the marketing is also very important thing. The consumer awareness is very important thing. That we have to, even if your product is very good, unless there is a proper marketing and proper consumer awareness, nobody will buy your product. Then similarly also they have to manage the bidding process. This they have to manage the bidding process on behalf of the prosumers, small prosumers at least. They have to ensure the quality of the equipments. This aggregator or the EPC contractors who will install this, they have to comply. There should be technical compliance. It is only the DISCOM engineers can do. There should be also a single point processing of the applications, because there are so many organizations, so many agencies are involved. So all these things should be coordinated. There should be single point supply, which there should be. It should also be the distribution company also ensure connectivity within the time frame. Distribution company also come up with new business models. So ultimately the key lies with the distribution company. It is the distribution company, unless his problems, unless his grievances are properly addressed, redressed, then this prosumer or this rooftop power installations will not grow, will not flourish. That is the reason for which now it is the policymakers and the regulators, they have to address all the grievances of these distribution companies. So at the end, I thank this Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry for giving me the opportunity to speak on this occasion. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Bibhu Mahapatra, for excellently encapsulating all the issues related to rooftop solar. And I'm sure it has answered the question of many of the participants who were looking into this particular area. I now request Mr. Sanjay Mukherjee, the Vice President, CSC Limited, to kindly, I would request that you restrict your presentation to about 9 minutes so that we have time for a couple of questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Narasimhan. Very good afternoon to everyone, and I thank the Bengal Chamber for giving me this opportunity. Can I request the Secretariat of the Chamber to please share my slide, or first of all, while I'm on the title slide, most of the DISCOM perspectives have been shared very nicely by Mr. Mahapatra. Maybe my slides will just echo whatever Mr. Mahapatra has already said. I'll just make two or three maybe additional points per slide, but which will definitely be a repetition of what Mr. Mahapatra has said. Now, from this slide, I'll not repeat whatever is written there, because everything has been discussed many times already. Just two takeaways from this slide from a DISCOM perspective. One is that of the RPOs, and the other one is that of 40 gigawatt rooftop that will directly be integrated with the distribution system. These are the two aspects that the DISCOM should be aware of and put their planning into perspective. The next slide, please. Can you have the next slide? Thank you. So this is what a traditional power system looks like now. Now, while the power system that is going to come, or rather is already coming, the next slide, please, will be this only. But over this traditional system, the next slide, please. Over this traditional power system, the RE sources will be integrated along with storage installations at various voltage levels and at various nodes of the same transmission system, which means that the system, the electrical system, will have to be more flexible and discoms, or rather the operators, would have to be conscious about real-time management and real-time operations. So this is the takeaway from this slide. The next slide, please. Now the impacts of RE integration on the grid. When I say grid, I will mean the discom perspective only. The impacts of RE integration on the grid would have some technical as well as some commercial impacts. While the technical impacts are power flow will be there in both directions of the network. There will be challenges on the protective system. There will be challenges on the voltage control. There will be power quality challenges, and definitely there will be challenges on the grid stability and peak power management, what we know as traditionally the duck curve. And there will definitely be commercial aspects, as already elaborated by Mr. Mahapatra. Those will be that of recovery of fixed cost. Excess capacity may lead to stranded assets, and the issue of tariff balancing. The next slide, please. The next slide, please. Thank you. Now I'll go a little bit deeper into the technical impacts. The first one is that of network congestion. The location of RE sources will all over the license area of a particular discom. So till now load is uncontrollable and the generation is controllable, but with DERs, both load and generation is going to be uncontrollable. Also, there will be challenges of spatial distribution of RE sources on which the discoms may not have any control. And also there is going to be proliferation of electric vehicle charging systems to aid the Indian electric mobility plans. But the suggestions to move forward would be a very thorough and informed network planning. On the other hand, there will be challenges on the grid from the reactive power handling point of view, which will put enormous challenges on the voltage profiles, because the discoms will have the standard operating procedures and obligations to cater to for the consumers. Now, some suggestions for moving forward may be that the control on RE sources beyond the capacity, the distribution company should have control to make the grids safe and reliable and maintain power quality. Now, on this point, just a few observation to make, that most of the state regulators have already provided some guidelines on how much of RE sources can be integrated on a particular feeder or a particular DTR. So we must also have to be what should I say, have periodic reviews on that also, taking feedback from the systems. Now, taking into consideration all these challenges, use of technology and digitalization at every node of the network is going to be very important. See, we are talking about smart meters, putting smart meters for all consumers. Now, beyond billing, the smart meters would have to play very important roles in acting as very smart sensors to manage and monitor and know about the consumers and the prosumers, as Mr. Mahapatra was telling. So smart meters beyond billing are going to play a very major role in optimum management and operation of the prosumer thing that is going to come. And also there must be smart sensors, IoT or whatever, smart sensors on every node of the network, so that real-time basis, the operators, the discom operators are in a position to know that which component of the network is carrying power in which direction and in which time blocks. Next slide, please. I've already spoken about protection system. I'll not go deeper into that. Now, more and more RE sources coming into the grid would definitely throw challenges regarding harmonics. So charges on harmonic injection beyond a limit, there may be some commercial signals to control the harmonics, both to the discoms as well as to the consumers. I know that the regulators are working on asking the discoms to start measuring harmonics at least to start measuring harmonics from the feeder and substation levels. Now, I'll not talk much on grid stability part that has been spoken in very details. But just one point to make here, that in order to control somewhat this duck curve and the problems coming out of the duck curve is going to be the battery energy storage system. This may address the concerns to some extent, but the issue is still cost and requirement of space. As on date, the battery energy storage systems are costlier compared to the benefits. The next slide, please. The commercial impacts, I think Mr. Mahapatra has dealt with in detail, but I'll just make note of a few points I've captured on my slides. One is the comparison of cost of energy from RE sources with that of energy charges of retail tariff. That we have to do very carefully because of the fixed cost recovery. Now, the distributed energy sources are generally behind the meter, so revenue will get reduced, whereas investment in developing infrastructure by the DISCOMs will continue. And the tariff fixation, net metering, net billing, gross metering, grid support charges, we have to be very, what should I say, we must be very careful about balancing between all these modes of handling prosumers. The next, please. So there are no further slides, but just one parting. I've almost completed, but just I'll take a minute if Mr. Narasimhan permits me. Just one thought.
Please go ahead, Mr.
Maybe a bit philosophical at this point of time, but
right.
Whatever we are now discussing is maybe power 2.0. As we talk about industry 4.0, maybe we are talking about power 2.0, but the power 3.0 may be something of this sort, that see, we are talking about solar and wind getting integrated into the grid, but if we restrict ourselves to think on having a green grid.
Yeah, could you come closer to the microphone? Yeah.
So instead of in power 3.0 mode, instead of talking about a green grid, we can talk about a green globe as well, because see, the sun will shine throughout the globe 24/7, somewhere or the other, and there will be wind throughout the globe somewhere or the other. So while people are talking about more and more of decentralization, transmission network on a what should I say, central control basis may become important in the future, so that we can have more transcontinental transmission lines, so that the entire globe get benefits of green generation from throughout the world. Just one word of maybe caution, because all learned people are here. It may not look nice for me to say this, but as a network operator, we must all be careful about also providing enough inertia to the system, which the thermal rotating machines give, so that we can have a resilient network and give reliable power to the consumers for the time to come. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Sanjay Mukherjee, for that insight. And definitely with RE and with prosumers, the challenge is that today we have so many unknown unknowns. So first these unknown unknowns have to be converted to known unknowns and then to known knowns. So it's a long journey, and I'm sure that we will learn a lot in this journey. I think we just will take a couple of questions. There's one question addressed to Mr. Saxena. While PLF of coal plants will be around 55%, what is the technical minimum being reached in load center plants? Is it below 40% also? So I suppose this has to do with the simulations. So Mr. Saxena, if you could take that.
Thank you, Mr. Narasimhan. I think this question, I would like to say that the boundary conditions for operation of thermal units are set into the model. And by and large, the technical minimum has been set at 55% for most of the generating units, thermal units. For the gas, it is 40%. But in certain scenarios, we have taken the technical minimum, particularly for the interstate generating stations in the high flexibility scenario, as 40%. And in some of the in the state units, the scenario has also included the technical minimum equal to about 65% or 70%, depending on the state of the machine and at which level they have been operating. So I think it is a boundary condition which is set into the model rather than getting as a result from the modeling exercise. So this is what is my answer to the question.
Yeah, thank you, sir. And of course, there's one question on regarding the IMD data and its accuracy, and whether we could have better systems. So definitely all that I would like to say at this stage is that the renewable energy management centers which we have, they have data coming in from at least 3 forecast service providers. So definitely we're not relying on IMD alone. One has to look at many different forecasts, and over a period of time through learning, the whole model would correct itself. So definitely when we're talking about AI and machine learning, so these would be the areas in which a lot of work would be done in the coming years. And then there was one question on the do we have a system of calculation of distribution grid loss forecasting? If yes, how do we calculate this and what is the approach or methodology? So this is not very clear because grid loss, normally losses, one could, we don't really get the losses. It's basically metering inaccuracies plus losses is what comes out of any measurement system. So anybody like CSC or they could throw some light on the distribution grid loss forecasting, what exactly?
Yeah. Mr. Narasimhan, the question is not very clear to me though. But to add to whatever you have said is that for a transmission grid, I think the question talks about transmission grid. The transmission grid, we can definitely have a whatever losses are.
They're talking about distribution.
Distribution losses. So distribution losses. If we are on the subject of distribution losses, there are 2 components. One is technical, as we all know, which will be there as per laws of physics. The other one would be commercial losses, accounting for. I'm talking about discoms in general. The other can be the commercial losses, which are aggregate of pilferage or theft, billing inaccuracies, collection inefficiencies. So all put together, the commercial losses are there, which added to the technical losses make up the distribution loss. But in order to predict, because prediction would come much later, first of all the discoms, many discoms rather, may have challenges in properly measuring the AT&C losses. So once it is properly measured, then prediction, I don't know what is meant by prediction, but all the discoms while preparing their forecasts do consider some amount of losses in preparing their numbers, but how far accurate they are in meeting those is a matter of discom to discom operational efficiencies. This much I can say.
Yeah, thank you, Sanjay Mukherjee. I think we have run out of time, so I only take this opportunity of thanking each one of the panelists for bringing an excellent insight into this issue of greening the grid, both from the long-term studies perspective, from the grid security perspective, and finally the distribution, that place where actually the money for the entire value chain comes from. So I would like to thank each one of you, and I would like to thank the organizers for giving us this opportunity to be part of such an exalted panel. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Narasimhan. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now we go to the next session on power trading, real-time market. I will request the session chair, Mr. Vinod Kumar Agarwal, to take up the session, who is the Technical Director, IRDA, and former Executive Director, POSOCO.
Thank you, Sushmita. At the outset, I'd like to thank Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry for creating this event where we are able to discuss the important subject related to electricity in general and real-time market in particular in this particular session. A very elated and learned panel of experts is present here and who would be debating this issue. However, before I introduce you to the panelists and start the debate, I shall share my brief views on the subject. All of us know that the real-time market has been introduced in Indian system on 1st June 2020. And by this, India has joined the league of a handful nations to have such a market. Before this, if we talk of market, we had the open access, which was introduced in the year 2004. And they had market under power exchange that was introduced in the year 2008. So in the power exchange, after introducing day ahead market in 2008, around after 12 years, we are coming in with this product, the real-time market, which was being talked and discussed continuously during this period. So basically, a period of around 12 years it has taken, and it would be in the right earnest that we deliberate on some of the related issues, and which are, in my view, what exactly is the significance of real-time market in the Indian power system? Why we have brought it? Then the second point is what important changes it is expected to bring in the Indian power system grid. The third point is what were the real challenges due to which it has taken so much of time, and in its implementation we faced those challenges. And the last point what I would indicate is now already we have run this market for around last 4 months, and what changes have been observed in these last 4 months period. So these are the 4 points which in fact the panelists, they would also be covering in their different scenarios. But just to briefly take each of the points further, we know that in the short-term market, what we call, around 4 to 5% of the volume transacted is through power exchange, that is day-ahead market, and around 3 to 4% is through the bilateral contracts, which is either directly entered between the two parties or through a trader. And the balance around 2% comes under the imbalance settlement. Of course, it is not a market, but this is how the short-term 10% volume is accounted for. Now, if we look the two products, the day-ahead market, around 4 to 5%, and the bilateral, which is around 3 to 4%. In these two products, day-ahead market is the price discovery is in a transparent manner, and through the collective bids and all those things, that satisfaction is there, but it is a day-ahead market. 1 day in advance, the contracts are entered. On the other hand, the bilateral products, where the possibility of changes in the schedule, etc., perhaps is there, but they are the bilateral products. The price discovery and all that through the, maybe through the negotiation, through the bids and all that. So each one is basically having one of the issue. One is the day-ahead basis, and other the price discovery is not in a very, very transparent and collective manner. So basically we were looking for a product which has both the advantages. The price discovery is in a collective manner, in a transparent manner, and at the same time the bidding and scheduling formation is very closer to the time of dispatch. So and this basically this particular aspect became more important when we were integrating more and more renewables with the grid, because in case of the renewables, naturally if the scheduling is done almost closer to the time of dispatch and all that, the accuracy would improve. So looking into all these requirements, this particular product has been now brought into the market and it is in operational. Who would be the second point is who would be the beneficiaries of this particular product. So the maximum beneficiary would be the DISCOM utilities. They can have better portfolio management with efficient power procurement planning and scheduling and imbalance management. They can do very good imbalance management also with this particular product. To the generators, the advantage is now they have the option to sell the unrequisitioned capacity through the market. Earlier, for the unrequisitioned capacity and all that, they had to seek the permission of the DISCOMs and all that. But here now with this particular product, below for a certain blocks, 7 or 8 blocks, again they can sell it. Of course, the whatever gains are there, they have to be shared, but avenue is there where this particular product, like they can use the capacity, generation capacity. Now we come to the third point. What were the challenges to start this real-time market? It has taken, as I stated, some quite number of years and all that. The first and foremost challenge was the DISCOMs, since they pay the capacity charges, basically they were not very comfortable generally in like leaving their shares up to the last moment. Generally, they thought that if there is a requirement is there, they should be in a position to schedule those particular generations. They should be able to recall the unrequisitioned capacities. But in case of real-time market, naturally now around from the earlier 4 block period, now it has been enhanced to 7 to 8 blocks period, by which time after which they cannot recall their shares. So this was the one particular point, like from the DISCOMs, lot of suggestions and resistances were shown during the hearings and all that. It has now finally, we have come with this particular product. The other very important challenge was to the NLDC. Basically, earlier the corridor availability, they used to calculate available transfer capability and all that. But after the bidding, the results were used to be sent to the NLDC, and NLDC used to see those results, and based on the corridor, they used to indicate whether how much contracts can be executed in the exchange. But here, now in this particular case, because there are time constraints and all that, the NLDC has to declare the corridor availability in advance. So they have to, all their systems and all that, they have to further fine tune that, and in advance they have to declare the corridor. Then the third point is about the congestion management. There are 2 exchanges are there, and if there is a, because already once we are running the real-time market, in that case the time period etc. itself is quite tight. Within 4 blocks of the gate closure, the contracts are executed, scheduled generations are dispatched. So if there is a congestion is there and 2 exchanges are there, and how to share the corridor and all that, that itself is a issue. Commissioner RC has of course come out with an order on this aspect also. Incidentally, after the real-time market has started, generally the congestion has also not been experienced. This is what I feel. Maybe the other speakers, Samir and all that, they are there. They may further throw light on this, but this was also a challenge. And the last challenge, what I feel is to the grid operators, particularly the NLDC. In a very, very tight schedule, 4 blocks within 1 hour, they have to carry all the computations, etc. have to be carried out. In fact, after the real-time market, there is another products are also there. Regulatory reserve, ancillary services, security constraint, economic dispatch, all those products are there. And then the schedule has to be prepared. It has to be disseminated to the SLDCs and regional RLDCs. So there is a very, very tight time frame that is also there. And they have basically have been able to address this issue, and now within 4 blocks of time, the whatever transactions are like through the exchange, they are settled, entered, and within 4 blocks, they are being dispatched. So these are some of the challenges. And then for implementing this, a number of regulatory changes were also incorporated. Changes in the open access regulations were carried out, changes in the real-time market regulations were carried out, changes in the IEGC were carried out. Then power exchanges, they tuned their engines. RLDCs, NLDCs, they should tune their all scheduling utilities. So this is how all these challenges were also addressed, and the product path started. I come to the last point, that is about what changes it has brought into the market. Already we have seen 4 months of operation, and the speakers had, naturally they are from the exchange, they are from the NLDC, they would be talking more on the subject. I'll just touch upon some of the parameters what I happen to have seen on the website. During the last 4 months, what we have observed is, on an average, it is around 24 million units per day that has been transacted on the real-time market. This is the average value per day I'm talking, at a price of rupees 2.37 per unit. 24 million units per day, it's a substantial amount. Around 150 million units per day, if we take the quantum traded under day-ahead market, it is almost 1/6 of the volume, which has already real-time market has already touched. It's a substantial volume. Then after the introduction of the real-time market, how the other products in the market have been affected and what impacts has been there for those things also, just I try to have a look at that. The day-ahead market, if we compare, say from January to May, because it started in 1st June 2020, I try to capture the values from January to May, what were the average values, vis-a-vis the values from 1st June to 30th of September. Incidentally, in both the cases, the volumes are coming out to be around 149 million units per day up to May end, and then June to September. They are same value. Of course, in case of the average prices, there has been some reduction from rupees 2.64 per unit to it has come down to 2.48 units. So the volumes have remained same, but at the same time, if we compare the respective volumes, because the seasons also make the differences on the volumes. If we compare the volumes of January to May 2019 and June to September 2019, that time what is being observed is, from January to May, the average value was 116 million units per day, which during the summer period, that is June to September, has changed from 143 million units per day. There is a possibility during the summer period, there is a change in the demand, and with the increased demand, definitely the volumes can increase. If we take into same analogy, can we say that during this summer period also, in the day-ahead market, there should have been a equivalent change and all that, and whether the real-time market has offset it to some certain extent? So that is one part. And then the other thing is the term-ahead market. If we look at the term-ahead market, there has been a substantial reduction in the, particularly in the intraday and day-ahead market. It has come down from 88 million units per month to 23 million units per month. So there have been certain reductions are there. Another product what I tried to look at was the security constraint economic dispatch, and where the average volumes dispatched under security constraint economic dispatch, basically from the September to May, they were around 881 million units per month, which have gone to 920 million units per month in the June to August. But on the contrary, the net charges saved, they have reduced from 76 crore per month to 69 crore per month. So this is just a general observation as far as the different products are concerned. And with this, I'll come to my observations, and I'll introduce you to the panelists, and basically, and then I'll request them to take their sessions. The panelists are Mr. Hans Terry Bredesen. He is from Nord Pool. Mr. Rajesh Mehndiratta, he is from IEX. Mr. Samir Chand Saxena from NLDC. Mr. Sanket Srivastava from the Tata Power, and Mr. Palikul Devanand, again he is also from the Tata Power. So I will start with Mr. Hans Erlid Bretson. Mr. Bretson is the CEO of Nordpool Consulting, the consulting company of the Nordpool. He is also board member of NOTES, the newly established European marketplace for trading local flexibility. He has extensive international experience from designing and implementing various power market products and trading arrangements since 1992. He shall make a brief presentation on energy integration through cross-border electricity trade, Nordpool experience. So with this, I'll hand over to Mr. Hans.
Yeah, hello everybody. I hope you can hear me fine.
Yes, yes, we can hear you.
Okay, I have put together a brief presentation. I hope you can see it. But first of all, let me thank you for inviting me to speak at this very interesting meeting. It's also kind of, I've been listening in from the start, and I have to totally agree with one of the last speakers saying that these discussions are not particular to India. These are kind of global discussions. If you see the increase of renewables and some of the, let's say, more system operational issues that those, or challenges that those bring to both the power markets and also the system operators. So this is kind of a very global issue at the moment. And I also totally agree to Mr. Suni, an old friend from back in the days, that you should learn from everybody else, but don't copy anything. You need to develop your own Indian solution. Try to learn from some of the mistakes that some of that we have done before, but do your own thing and don't copy. So I'll try to do a very brief introduction on Nordpool. I hope that most of you know at least, let's say, who we are and what we do. So again, we like to say that we are the first electricity exchange in the world, and for sure the first multinational electricity exchange. When we started kind of back in Norway in '93, and when Sweden joined in '96, we became a kind of multinational exchange. And we have been a driving force in the European market integration essentially since we started, and been at the forefront of the further integration in EU, as you probably know of, that we are trying to implement a common power market throughout the whole of Europe, which interestingly enough is covering 28 states, which is very similar to India in both size and complexity. And we would also like to say that kind of what we have done is kind of a blueprint of what is being implemented in Europe from the Nordpool side, and that we see ourselves as a thought leader and as being engaged in power markets all over the world. So again, we are running a market covering now 15 countries in Europe, as you can see here. Still a small company, just 140 employees, but offices then throughout the Nordics and northern part of Europe, and 524 terawatt hours of power was traded through our markets in 2018. Yeah, I'll skip to this. I think that the most interesting thing in my resume, let's say, is that I actually was engaged in 2005, 2006, and doing a detailed project report on how to establish a national market in India. So I feel that I at least have a very small part of your Indian power market history by being part of the team that worked on how this could be done back in the days. I've also been engaged and been discussing with IX, with PTC, with other stakeholders. I've also been taking part in some of the regulatory discussions through the years on power markets. And just a brief kind of journey of what we have done, kind of from let's say the looking at it from a Norwegian perspective, is that kind of we started in '91 when we got our Energy Act opening for competition, and we started what is now known as Nord Pool in 1993, purely based out of Norway, so it was a national market. Then fully owned by our system operator. But then from 1996 up to 2000, we kind of expanded into becoming the Nordic Power Exchange. So first Sweden joined, then Finland joined, and then in 2 steps Denmark joined. So actually in October, and it was actually a bit of a celebration now, 1st of October, because this is 20-year anniversary of when our, let's say, Nordic market was kind of formally established. An interesting thing, especially in the topic of real-time markets, as you are discussing now, is that in 1999, we opened what we called our intraday market, which is, let's say, comparable, I would say, to your real-time market. So we were also in the forefront. This was led from our Finnish colleagues, focusing a lot on the fact that in Finland, the imbalance cost is very high. So of course, when you had only a day-ahead market, and any deviation was subject to a high cost in the imbalance calculations, they would like to have some way for the market participant themselves to trade themselves into balance. And that is kind of the reason, let's say, why we established the intraday market. And then kind of our history, as you know, kind of we didn't do any expansions in the 2000s, but in 2010 we started with introducing the power market in the UK, and through from 2010 to 2013 we also included the Baltics into our market. And then from 2014 onwards, a lot of focus has been on coupling the whole of Europe. So we had what is called the price coupling of regions project, run by the power exchanges, looking at how can we create a solution that allows us to couple all the different power markets in Europe in the most efficient way. And the first implementation of that started in 2014. I'll come a bit back to that. And then, of course, we are now into full competition in Europe. So we are now a NEMO, which means that we are a nominated electricity market operator in 15 countries and are allowed to compete throughout, let's say, Northwest Europe in general. We are also operating 2 markets, soon to become 3 or 4, where we operate on behalf of other power exchanges. And what we do, just to be clear on that, we operate essentially 2 markets. It's a day-ahead market, so very similar to your day-ahead market, and the intraday market, which traditionally has been a continuous market, meaning that you can buy and sell deals very close to real time. But we have also introduced what we call intraday auctions in some markets, which, as far as I understand, resemblances very similar to your real-time market that you just launched, which is essentially auctions for less, let's say, number of trading periods closer to real time. But then also, as an integrated part of our offering, is of course our clearing and settlement system, and also what has become a huge part of the European market is compliance, because we have a fairly regulated market where you both have national regulation and EU regulation, and that we have both the transparency and compliance platform that we operate. And then all of this is driven stolen this slide from NSOE, but kind of the EU is, I would almost say, obsessed about competition. So in EU, in a lot of different segments, not only power markets, they mean that markets and competition and prices of any kind of commodity or any good that you are buying or selling should drive, let's say, the underlying market. So for power, it's essentially prices should drive how much power you use, how you dispatch, and how you invest. And therefore, it needs to reflect the actual situation of the system at any time. So that means that kind of just going very fast through it, that scarcity pricing, meaning that you should allow prices to go as high or as low as the market is willing to offer or the market is willing to pay in all market timeframes. So both for day ahead, intraday, and balancing. That means that prices also for imbalances needs to be really cost reflective. So up to value of lost load if it is at scarce times. An important part is that you also need to allow the price signal to go all the way down to retail. So essentially down to me in my house, I should also see these prices and be able to react to the price signals. An important thing, and you touched upon it, flexibility, which is very high on the agenda also in Europe, and how to make sure that the markets will value the flexibility that is offered by flexible generators to also combat, let's say, the intermittency of wind and solar and other renewable sources. And then to back up all of this, you need, of course, then to have longer term risk hedging projects, meaning that you should not be exposed to all the prices in short term, but being allowed to hedge yourself into the longer terms. And then just a short introduction to kind of why cooperate. And I think if you look at the Nordics, it's very easy to see why we should cooperate, because we have a very different power mix in each of the countries, like you have in your Indian regions. Is that, of course, you have Norway is very hydro-based, Finland is very thermal-based. You now have extreme implementation of wind in Denmark. And by combining all of this into a larger market, you get a more economic dispatch, a better utilization of the generation sources, and a more secure system. This is kind of just a summary of our markets, and it's interesting to listen to also the introduction here on the volumes, because in our Nordic market, actually our day-ahead market trades 94% of all the physical power in the Nordics are traded there. Then in intraday is just kind of 3, 4, 5% that is traded. And it's very little that is done in the balancing. By having kind of an integrated system where the market participants are doing kind of what we call self-balancing through these different markets, and thereby support a secure operation of the system. And here kind of the intraday market has become more and more important due to renewables, because this is essentially where renewables can, let's say, mitigate their intermittency. Because of course, as closer and closer you get to real time, the more certainty you know what the output of wind or solar plant will be. And therefore you can then offer either an increase or decrease compared to what you thought at the day-ahead stage that you should operate. And then, as I said, kind of you can read this, but kind of now we have implemented a day-ahead market, common day-ahead market for almost the whole of Europe. As I said, started in 2014, but based on one common algorithm that is used to set the price, the volume, and the flow for all the dark blue countries here. And this is governed by this PCR project, and also the multi-regional coupling, which also includes the system operators and the regulators. So we started with that on day ahead. We are now moving into doing the same in intraday, where now again most of western part of Europe is part of it, and we are now doing the third wave, as we call it, of implementation of this coming now late in 2020, and kind of all of this gives kind of less, of course, CO2 emission, better competition, you save cost. And interestingly enough, the TSOs, the system operators, say it actually gives us higher security of supply as well by being integrated into a large market instead of being in a small. I think that's what I plan to say. And if there are questions, we can take those now or later.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Hans. It's really very interesting presentation. What we plan is the questions we'll take at the end of all the speakers' views. Okay. At the end, we'll take the question answer session. Then I'll introduce to the next speaker. Next speaker is Mr. Rajesh Mediratta. Mr. Rajesh Mediratta is Director, Strategy and Regulatory Affairs, Indian Energy Exchange. He is amongst the founder member of the team who have established the first and most successful power exchange in India, has unparalleled experience in the various gamut of power market. He shall make a brief presentation on power trading real-time market. Yeah, I'll request all the speakers to take around 10 minutes time so that we have some time available at the end towards the question answer. Mr. Rajesh.
Thank you, sir. Agrawal sir, all my gurus are here, Mr. Agrawal. Fortunately, today we also have Hans, who have been our early partners in commencing the market, and we learned a lot of things from Nord Pool. And that was the base from where we started. And good thing is that we have something more to share with Hans now when we started 2 more markets. So I will talk more on that. And Mr. Suni is also present. So good to see all the stalwarts here. So what I'll do, I'll talk about real-time market and green market, which is the recent 2 introductions after a long time. We started our day-ahead market in June 2008. We started our term-ahead market in 2009. But besides that, in electricity segment, we could not do add any further market segment. And now recently in June, we started a real-time market, and August we started green market. So I will share something on that also. So let me share my presentation. Agrawal sir, are you able to see it?
Yes, yes, it's visible perfectly.
So this would like to cover in 10 minutes. Broadly, I'll talk about real-time market, some market trends, and then green market, which is only 1 month old, and then what we look forward in future. Now I'll just give, this is a brief on what real-time market is all about. It's like a market which is 1 hour before. You can order 1 hour before, or place your bids 1 hour before and do transaction for delivery 1 hour later. And we conduct 48 auctions every half an hour for 2 time blocks. Then auctions are similar to day-ahead market auctions, which is double-sided closed auction. We discover a price. Then also we check with NLDC on transmission capacities. Post confirmation, we do the final clearing. Everything happens within 15 minutes and very tight timelines. But fortunately, with the efforts of NLDC and IX team, we have been able to do most of the, only except few time blocks we actually missed to, we had to abort the session, but otherwise it's running almost with 99% availability. And of course, now we are starting with more on manual side. But when we have a open access registry in place, probably the real-time market can become shorter. So as we have in Nord Pool, almost 0 gate closure from trading to delivery. So it will be like almost instantaneous delivery of power. So you order it and it's there. It's better than what you take to order a pizza. So at least half an hour. But here the market can be this market where delivery really is basically, there's no tangible commodity. It is a bit intangible commodity. So there we can actually do something better than what we do for pizza or any other commodity. Now, broadly about real-time market benefits, Mr. Agarwal said that every set of market stakeholder has something to take away from. Distribution companies can reduce their overdraws, they can take care of their sign change requirements, they can manage the variation in generation of renewable energy which is there embedded in the state or distribution company. They can manage their sudden demand changes, and they can take care of generation outages also. So DISCOMs are primarily big stakeholder in this market. Industry, open access customers can also use the market to manage their demand variations. Generating companies actually can maximize their schedules because whatever left over after dead market is over, and then if they are not able to sell the complete available capacity, then they can sell it in this market also. And then on the seller side, again, we have talked about it. Now, what has happened so far in terms of price? Generally, prices have been on lower side, but it's not really the trend. You cannot assume that tomorrow the real-time market price will be lower than day-ahead market. As you see, the red curve is showing the day-ahead market price, and the blue one is the real-time market. In the first, on the left side of left side graph, you can see that sometimes real-time market prices are also going up. So there are few periods when they are going up. So nobody can arbitrage this market because the real relation is not known. But of course, these two prices move in tandem. So that's the correlation we have. Second thing is that the real-time market started in June. We have seen the volumes growing up, and now it is becoming quite a good part part of the day-ahead market. So day-ahead market volumes range from say 120 to about 180. Now currently it is going up to 190 million unit a day. But here on the real-time market also we are achieving something like 23 to 24 million unit on the average. And that is also growing up. And in 3 months achieving this liquidity was something which was not nobody was expecting from this market, but really all the stakeholders have started making use of it. We have seen participation from really across all sets of stakeholders. So about 267 buyers so far have made use of it. 172 sellers have made use of it. NTPC, NLC, their unrequisitioned power is being sold. Similarly, distribution companies, when they are surplus in terms of renewable energy during the day, they are trying to sell that power also. So most of the participants are using, but of course it's not, we cannot generalize that every distribution company is doing. But of course, few distribution companies are doing better than other. So if you see this top 5 in the each buy and sell side, so top 5 buyers have a 61% market share. Top 5 sellers have got about 39%. So it means that there is a big concentration. Of course, concentration is expected because distribution companies are there and they are large buyers. But on seller side, it is more diversified. On an average for last 4 months, we have seen the average price is 236. Weighted average was 254, so it is lower than the day-ahead market, but not a general trend. Maximum 6 rupees we touched, and minimum was almost like 0. Out of 2 exchanges, we hold 99% market share. The total volume, if you see, we have done more than 3.7 billion units. We have done 2.8. Now we are actually in October we touched 3 billion unit trade in the real-time market. Maximum we have done 53 MUs, and that is also very big quantum. You can assume that out of 7,000 megawatt being traded in their market, about 2,000 megawatt on few days it has touched in real-time market. And generally it is seen that sellers are more and buy is lower. So about the ratio is about 2.3:1. This is a typical day profile for the whole market. So you see that this green part is the seller's volume, and blue part is the buyer's volume, and orange is the cleared volume. So we have seen that during the complete day, we find that much more sell quantum. Of course, during evening peak, the buy quantum goes above the sell quantum, but otherwise, for rest of the day, it remains seller's surplus. And this is also reflected in the prices. So you can see prices over around 250 for most of the day, and during the evening peak only it touches more than 3 rupees, it touches 350 or so. This is like how we have seen growth of trade. You can see that of course few days we have very low volumes. Of course they are also Sundays and weekends, but otherwise during normal weekdays you see that quite a good volume happens in this market. So on an average, if you see, the total volume is about 1,000 megawatt. So in terms of participation, that it gives you a good idea that almost every utility in the country is participating on the buy side, except for J&K. And on the sell side, even J&K is part of it. And of course, a large part of the country, we get constituents from different geographies. So there are few states, of course, they are using it much more than others. So Telangana, Rajasthan, AP, Haryana, Maharashtra, they are big ones. And a lot of open access customers are also using this market. It was also surprising to us that we thought otherwise that most of the distribution company will only be able to come to the market. But we see that good number of the industries are also coming and using this market. On the green market side, this is also good development. We have started a segment or vertical which allows people to buy green power. It is like bundle power, and otherwise what they buy from day-ahead market or other segments in electricity is a conventional power, which is where somebody, even though we have few renewable generators selling in the market, but buyers are not able to make use of that market to meet their renewable purchase obligation. So currently we have started, we have got approval from for running term-ahead market. So term-ahead market includes intraday, day-ahead contingency, daily, weekly. So except for the day-ahead market, all 3-4 verticals are currently approved for us. Though we have started only day-ahead contingency and intraday now, which is of course most suitable for all the renewable generators, and we see that because they can forecast better in the day or the 1 day ahead basis, so we find that most of the generators find it easy to sell in that. So basically now we are talking about one more addition in this green market option. So earlier we had these options. Feed-in tariff was there for generator to sell bundle green power. and the competitive bidding was possible through captive sources. Somebody could have purchased the green power. Third party sale was also there. So now we have added new market segment. And of course, both are possible. If you want to buy bundled green power, you can buy from the market GTAM segment of ours. And if you want to buy unbundled green attribute, and that's also possible. So it's like now a broader bouquet of options available to the market for buying green power.
Rajesh, sorry, would you like to wrap up, because otherwise we'll not have the time for QA.
We are on just the last one or two slides.
Okay, sure.
So this is the volume we have seen in last 1.5 months, approximately 1 month, 1.5 months. So total volume we did about 106 million units, or 106,000 megawatt hours. Though it is smaller as compared to real time, but we have seen this growing, and average price comes out to be 342. So which shows that people are building in the green attribute component also in the price. So normally our day-ahead market price is say 280. We see average price for real time for green market is 340. So approximately 60 to 80 paisa premium is being charged in this market for green attribute, and that's a very realistic reflection of people's expectation from green source power. And though we do not have that kind of participation, but still it's a good number. About 13 distribution companies are participating, 12 customers are there, and 5 renewable generators. So distribution companies are also sellers for a few part of it. And Agrawal sir, you said that how the whole market segments is changing after introduction of green and real time. So this is showing you a chart, all segments included on here reflects the total market size. So on the exchange, we in April and May we only had day-ahead and term-ahead. So the blue is day-ahead and red is term-ahead, and you can see that from June when we have this real-time market, this term-ahead is replaced by real-time, and term-ahead becomes very small part of it. So and green and the real-time market has grown. And in September, you can see a bit of green market also added at the top. So this is the way we are seeing the change happening with more options available to the market. There is another way we think that the change can happen is that we can have a contract for difference for a renewable generator. Here the broad idea is that probably Hans could have thrown or maybe can add later that the renewable generator actually can do a contract with the beneficiary, and they can sell a part of it, the power in the market. And when the contracted price is say green, and then the price in the market is lower, then they will be compensated by the beneficiary. But when the price of in the market is higher, then this price will be paid by the generator to the beneficiary. So this way, generator is assured of the revenue. But at the same time, a distribution company or a beneficiary need not always buy from this source. Rather, it goes to a pool, in a market pool, and then market allocates that power to different, it goes to the one who needs it. So these are the few enablers. I will just leave it here because people can look at my slide, and this is what we see things should happen to improve the market framework, make it smoother. Important thing is that ISTS charges waiver, which is there for competitive bid options. The same should also be available for the exchange-based transactions to give parity to all market options. And of course, we can talk about flexibility platform. What Mr. Hans is also a part of notes, which is a flexibility platform. and that can also be thought of as we go along. And then a CFD option also we can have in our market, which probably is very common in Europe. We can have, we have to start having such kind of contract so that the pool gets better, and then people are able to take advantage. So I will stop here, and I will look for any questions at the end of all the sessions. Thank you, Agrawal.
Yeah, thank you, Rajesh. I am very interesting. I am seeing some questions in the chat box, but we'll take those questions at the end. So the next speaker, I'll request Mr. Sameer Saxena.
Yeah.
Mr. Sameer Saxena is the Senior General Manager at NLDC POSCO. He has experience of more than 2 decades in the various disciplines of system operation and market mechanism, and has played a pivotal role in operationalizing the open access power exchange transactions in the regional and national grids. He shall make a brief presentation on real-time market in India system operators experience. So Sameer, you have to unmute your mic. So Sameer, please take over and try to just keep the time.
Right, sir.
In mind. Oh, yeah.
Right. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. And first of all, I hope I'm audible and my screen is visible.
You do in the slideshow mode.
Right.
Yeah, it's good.
Right. So thank you very much, sir. And first of all, at the outset, I would like to thank the Bengal Chambers of Commerce for giving me this opportunity to present at this August gathering. I have a short presentation. I would quickly go through. Many of the points have been covered by Agarwal Sahab and Mr. Mediratta. But still, just setting the context, we are a very large system, and of course, the largest synchronous system in the world, third largest in generation, consumption, installed capacity and transmission, fourth in wind generation, fifth in solar and renewable, and sixth in hydro. Transmission is the key enabler for a vibrant and efficient market. India has a well-meshed network. For the present, it is congestion-free as well. We are not facing any congestion. 372 gigawatt plus of capacity, 4 terawatt hours of daily energy met. Peak demand of 182 gigawatt, 50,000 plus market transactions, 120 terawatt hours of energy traded, and 6,000 plus market participants. So we have a huge system and a complex system at that. Coming to the growth of the market, of course, from pre-ABT days in the last 2 decades, we have come a very long way with the 4 essential pillars of market design getting introduced: scheduling and dispatch, imbalance handling, ancillary services, and congestion management. Though we started with hourly market in the power exchanges in 2008, we migrated to sub-hourly in 2012. And subsequently, as already mentioned, this is the latest intervention in the form of a real-time market. So it was long overdue as new product was getting introduced in the electricity segment. Coming to overall system, how it has developed, we have seen tremendous improvement in terms of improvement in frequency profile, interregional exchanges, which are primarily economic exchanges taking place in nature, short-term volumes growing, and of course, competition has brought in reduction in prices benefiting the stakeholders. So coming straight to the real-time market, discussion paper was floated in July 2018 because need was felt for an organized market. However, here I would like to mention, though the commission gave the paper in 2018 July, need was mentioned earlier, and it was discussed in the form of evening market and multiple iterations of the day-ahead version of the market. So these were already under discussions, but subsequently this was formalized through the discussion paper, draft regulations in 2019 August, and final regulatory framework in December 2019. NLDC being the agency mandated for to act as a nodal agency, we circulated the draft procedures for stakeholder consultation, carried out extensive workshops at the regional level in all the 5 regions, held coordination with the power exchanges. Unfortunately, in March 2020, though we were mandated to go live in 1st of April, March 2020, the COVID situation struck, and we went into lockdown. Commission gave an extension for 2 months up to 1st June. And finally, the entire work was carried out in a lockdown period by the teams at NLDC and the power exchanges. Both the power exchanges worked mostly work from home. And this was one intervention that had happened during the COVID time, which was a brighter side on the entire process of COVID-19 lockdown. So the objectives, of course, are to help mitigate, provide more balancing opportunities to the participants, especially with increasing RE penetration, managing price volatility. This is a faster market that is happening more frequently with defined gate closures, possibility of better portfolio management, access to larger resources in the both for the generators as well as for the discoms, and additional revenue opportunity. Coming to the salient features, it is a half-hourly market, 15-minute bidding window, 15-minute clearing window, runs 48 times a day, 30-minute is the delivery period. And unlike other markets which run closer to delivery, which are mainly continuous form of auctions, we have gone in for a double-sided auction that inspires more confidence in the stakeholders. Uniform pricing, prices and volumes discovered every 15 minutes. Gate closure has been defined as 1 hour before delivery. And NLDC looks at the security aspects also. Once the trades are finalized, system security is checked by the through the available transmission corridors that has been declared, capacities that have been declared. And 45 minutes prior to delivery, all the schedules are communicated to the respective stakeholders. Congestion management in multiple exchange scenario in the same physical delivery market has been a challenge all along. While in the day-ahead market, we had adequate time. In the RTM, this was a challenge, and we had initially thought that we would split up the margins between the power exchanges based on the day-ahead volumes cleared. However, there were concerns raised, and subsequently at the last minute, just 3 or 4 days before the actual go live, Commission decided to implement an iterative solution similar to the one used in day-ahead market, wherein provisional solution comes, congestion checking is carried out, and then the final solution is provided all within the 15-minute clearing window that has been given to the National Load Dispatch Center. Timelines, just to walk you through the timelines, for the delivery period 00 hours to 00:30, that half-hour period, auction takes place 22:45 to 2300, and 2300 to 23:15 is the RTM clearing that happens. And after that, ancillary dispatch, security constraint economic dispatch runs, and subsequently schedules are finalized and communicated, and preparation for the actual dispatch happens. So this is this happens 48 times a day. I think blowing up the timeline for the 15 minutes that is given for RTM clearing, the first 5 minutes are allowed for submission of the provisional solution by the power exchanges. Next 3 minutes are for NLDC to check the solution for any congestion and split up the margins and provide to the power exchanges. And the last 7 minutes is allowed for working out the final trades, submission to NLDC, and finally sending for scheduling to the RLDCs. So it's a very, very tight timeline, and there is no scope for any manual intervention. The entire software development has taken place at NLDC. It was required to be done because of the lockdown conditions and all that. And we had a team of our engineers, in-house engineers, who developed it. A lot of software development has also happened at the power exchanges, and we had excellent coordination with both the power exchanges. It is a fully automated system. Mock runs were carried out. And even though the last minute order of CRC came on just 3 or 4 days prior to allocation of, prior to go live, this was tested, and we went live on 1st of June. Just to indicate the complexity of the data transfers involved, multiple, we have decentralized scheduling, hierarchical system operation. So on the right-hand side, we have the RLDCs and NLDC. On the left-hand side, we have power exchanges and the market participants. And in between, we have the RTM core engine. The idea of showing this slide is to emphasize the fact that multiple agencies are involved. Information flow must happen in a real-time manner. One thing that has particularly happened during this period is synchronization of the 5 scheduling softwares of the RLDCs at all the RLDCs, and real-time calculation of available margins for all corridors so that the RTM can be administered. That was a big change, and altogether new software has been deployed as part of this implementation of RTM. Total volume clears, I think salient features have already been shown. We were apprehensive while RTM was being introduced because we were introducing a double-sided closed auction, whereas general trend is to have a continuous auction. So we were apprehensive the kind of volume that might come in, but the response has been encouraging and fabulous. In any particular block, more than 4,000 megawatt, 200 megawatt has also been traded, and more than 53 million units on any particular day, average being 23 to 24 million units per day. In terms of size of the RTM, about 15% of the day-ahead market volumes have been achieved in the RTM. So this is a very, very encouraging response, and we look forward to better and more participation. We've been trying to look at the interplay in different segments, about the volumes happening in the different segments like the TAM, the RTM, DAM, SCD, RRAS, and DSM. And we find that largely, I think Mr. Mendiratta in his presentation also mentioned, largely the term ahead market has shifted to the RTM, though it is still too early to draw any firm conclusions out of this. We need to wait and watch for a longer period to be able to say with some degree of certainty. Even in the term ahead market movement, while in one of the exchanges, almost the entire term ahead market has shifted to the RTM, in the other exchange, term ahead market still survives, and sizable quantum is also taking place in the term ahead market in the other exchange. So it's ultimately showing the market preferences that the different participants have, and depending on their requirements, they are using different products as per their own needs. We tried to look at, since the event is happening in West Bengal, we tried to look at the kind of volumes being traded in West Bengal, and we find that West Bengal is definitely using RTM as an avenue for meeting its requirements, in addition to the day-ahead market. Coming to the prices are still volatile. Liquidity is still on the lower side, and as already mentioned, some degree of concentration from the buyer side is already there. So prices are volatile, and unless more liquidity comes in, we need to still wait and watch for the prices to stabilize. Maximum price achieved has been 6 rupees also, average being 2.3, 2.4 rupees. And typical diagonal pattern for the 4-month period that has elapsed, we see that the prices in RTM are responsive to the supply demand scenario, and during the peak hours, we do see a peak, a rise in the prices on some days. Now that we have multiplicity of prices in the system as a whole, we have the day-ahead market price, the RTM price, the system marginal price of SCED, the DSM price. Apart from the DSM price, all other prices are showing a good degree of convergence and a moderate degree of correlation as well. We tried to work out the correlations also, and we find that they are fairly correlated. It is a positive sign. In fact, if there are divergent prices, then we really need to worry about the things that whether there is something wrong in the market design itself. Of course, top buyers and sellers have already been discussed, so I'd skip this slide. Another important thing that has happened is through this RTM is a benefit that has been made available to the generators, who are now able to buy power under certain predefined conditions. Generally, in the collective transactions, those who were selling were not able to take care of the risk of a generator tripping, and they were exposed to risk, and they were unable to, they did not have any instrument to hedge that risk. So now with RTM in place, generators who are selling in the collective transactions are allowed to buy in the RTM to manage their risk in this. And of course, it has been a win-win situation. I think this part has already been discussed. Opportunity for generators as well as opportunity for discoms. So I will not repeat that. And there have been challenges because this is like Hans has also mentioned that we should be looking at our own solutions and of course implementing any new solutions, like Mr. Soni had mentioned TRL in his talk earlier in the day. So they are very, very important aspects, and in fact we need to mature in terms of the technology aspects also, and 24/7 continuous 48 runs, dedicated manpower and software, communication requirements, and we need to have a robust and resilient system with adequate fail-safe mechanisms. So this is a challenge that needs to be met. Thank you. That is all from my side.
Thank you, Samir. A lot of interesting information. In fact, grid operators have a lot of information to show, and this is what we have seen. And, generally, you were in time, except that plus minus 15%. But okay, thank you very much.
Deviation is also allowed, sir.
Okay, okay, no issues. So our next speaker is Mr. Sanket Shrivastava. Mr. Sanket Shrivastava. Mr. Sanket Shrivastava is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hello, sir.
Okay. Yeah. Welcome, Mr. Sanket. Mr.
Thank
Sanket
you so
Srivastava is head power purchase division, Noida Power Company. He is electrical engineer with PGD, postgraduate diploma in international business from Indian Institute of Foreign Trade, Delhi. He is having plus 12 years of experience in power management and regulatory affairs. He shall be making a brief presentation on the DISCOMs on overall revenue impact. Mr. Sanket.
Yeah, thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for giving opportunity to speak in front of so many eminent personalities of the sector. Thank you so much for that. Just a minute, let me just connect the presentation.
Okay, okay, sure.
Is my presentation visible?
Yeah, it's visible. Kindly come in. Yeah, great.
Yeah. So, yeah. So, thank you so much again. And the focus of my presentation would be broadly DISCOM related and how DISCOM is perceiving and utilizing the real-time market. So, focus predominantly would be on the distribution company. So, let me just first tell the kind of challenges we used to face before this RTM era. We are perceiving RTM to be one of the most revolutionary product approved by the Central Commission and launched by these exchanges. So thank you so much for that. Earlier, there were so many issues when while dealing with power procurement during contingency and emergency. There were very limited options. Either you go for a bilateral purchase or the intraday market of the IEX, but again, both were time consuming. You all must be aware that the scheduling is one of the key criteria. The intraday market of the exchanges, they used to take 2.5 hours, 2.5 hours rather, to schedule power. So if we add another half hour to closing the deal, so there was a clear 3 hours gap for scheduling the power. So that means we were actually much behind the real time. And the entire focus of distribution company nowadays to remain and close to the demand. That's how you can manage the system efficiently. That's how you can manage the grid efficiently. At the same time, you can minimize the deviations. So the problem of load management was very high and very challenging during monsoon season. During monsoon season, the forecast, the load, everything was totally highly unpredictable. We have everything. And most of the utilities are having load forecasting solution. They have state of the art solution. But to be very honest with you, during monsoon season, everything go for a toss. We have our own weather stations installed at in our licensed area at multiple locations. We also utilize the Met department data along with some other websites. But still, this weather forecast remain a challenging aspect. Just to share a small a story with you, that sometimes back I got a call from my control room engineer that he told me that, sir, we are expecting, and that was in the month of September. He said that I'm expecting some good load because of high humidity. Because September is one of the seasons where you have very humid atmosphere, and in humidity with temperature, that's the correct cocktail of getting huge load. So like previously he asked us that, sir, we required some power. So somehow we managed to schedule some power from intraday market of the IEX. This I'm talking about 2019. So the intraday market took 3 hours in scheduling. And by the time the scheduling was done at 4 o'clock in the evening, the power was supposed to start from 7 o'clock. in the evening. So somewhere around 6 o'clock, I again got a call from my control room engineer saying that, sir, rain has started in Gurgaon. Now what to do? Because traditionally, if whatever happens in NCR, it has impact on almost every patch of NCR. So after 15 minutes or so, we started feeling that the wind velocity has increased considerably. So now we are stuck because we cannot take our bid back. We cannot revise our power because we are at such a short notice, we cannot do much. So these kind of situation we were facing before the RTM. At least here we are having this option to purchase in 1 hour advance notice, and you can take back the bid also. Earlier in the intraday market, you cannot take back your bid once it is approved, because like a normal bilateral transaction, once it is approved. Now coming to the cost of contingency power. When a buyer go to buy a power under contingency scenario, all the suppliers are aware that this guy is in need, and they try to maximize their gain. Sometimes we feel, and it happened to us, that earlier there was a tradition that generally the contingency power would cost you at, say, dam price plus 50 paisa or 1 rupiah. So this was the scenario, and there was no transparency in that price matching as well, because everybody know that this buyer is here, he wants power and he will take it. So on most of the occasion, we have to purchase power even at high cost. Now, apart from that, there was DSM. DSM, we all know that the Central Commission is keep on narrowing the frequency band, which is obviously very good for the grid as well. And last year they introduced one concept, sign change, though it was earlier present in the regulations, but last year it was implemented in true spirit. So sign change is something where you have to change sign after every 6 time blocks. So earlier it was 6 time block, currently it is 12 time block. And from 1st December, it will again come back to 6 time blocks. So changing sign in 6 time blocks is very, very challenging for control room engineer. You have to keep on monitoring that which direction the load is going. So earlier we were positioned that we cannot change our sign. The sign change was very, very difficult for us. Especially there were time when control room engineer 3 hours advance notice, they just simply say, okay, sir, we are expecting some downward, movement in load. Let's reduce it. And in actuality, when you go, you see that there was no, downward revision of load. So there was a paradox in terms of management of DSM as well. So all these issues were addressed by a single product, which is the RTM. My only, I would say, problem is that it is launched very, very late. It should have come much earlier, because the kind of deviation penalties all these state utilities are paying, and everybody is paying actually, this could have been stopped. This price trend, though, Mediratta sir has already discussed about it, but I have a different perspective on this curve. Here, the gray curve is representing the DSM rate, the blue is representing DAM rate, and orange is representing the RTM. So interestingly, in the initial, I would say the initial price trends, RTM rates are even cheaper than the DAM rates. Forget about the DSM. Obviously, they are much cheaper than the DSM prices. But this trend, maybe because of the liquidity issue, currently there is not much liquidity. Obviously, it is going very, very steadily, and in future it will increase. My only, and I would pose a question at the end of this next slide, that what could be the reason, and are we expecting something out of it, or can we analyze something out of it? So the impact on of RTM on distribution companies so far, I have used so far, it is favorable in reducing the power purchase cost, because now you are very, very closer to the demand. You are very close to what consumer is thinking. At least you are having an option that you can track the consumer demand and you can schedule accordingly. However, with this cheap price and this flexibility is also for the open access consumers. So I would not say that they are, it's a matter of any kind of challenge from them. Obviously, a distribution company have to improve their services and price to retain the consumers. But yes, this is one of the aspects that the open access consumers would also utilize the RTM market very much. Now, I have throughout this presentation, my entire point was that we are more closer to the real demand. Now, there is no need that obviously 90% power is tied up in the long term. Most of the utilities having some good chunk of long-term power in their power management portfolio. Earlier, the DAM market, you buy some power. Now, a company like NPCL, what we have done from our day-ahead portfolio, we have actually shifted some 6-7% volume to RTM. And this 6-7% volume shift is actually paying dividend for us because now we are very, very close to it. Now we are very, very close to it. Now, obviously, now we have a assured supply source. So it would again increase the reliability as far as power supply to the consumer is concerned, which will entail obviously a 24/7, the mandate and the idea of the government to ensure 24/7 power supply at reasonable rates. Lastly, the question which I just wanted to post in the previous slide, that can we expect that the DAM volume of DISCOMs, because DISCOMs are now moving to the real-time scheduling, can we say that the DAM volume would also be shifting to RTM? If yes, then how would be the rates behaving in both RTM and DAM? So I will leave at this point. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for inviting.
Thank you, Sanket. And it's interesting, and definitely your question, what you are posing, we will try to take at the end. And our next and the last speaker is Mr. Palikut Devanand. Mr. Palikut Devanand is the head power system control center at Tata Power Mumbai. He has an experience of over 15 years in handling real-time power management for DISCOMs at Delhi and Mumbai. He shall also make a brief presentation on DISCOMs on overall revenue impact. Mr. Devanand?
Yeah, good evening. I think, should I share the presentation or will you?
No, you kindly share the presentation because.
Okay, fine.
And how much time you will take, Mr. Devanand? Almost within.
I'll not take more than.
Yeah, because.
Yeah, 7-8 minutes. Just.
Yeah, because then we'll have a few questions. Should I try that if you find any difficulty?
Yeah, can you just share the presentation which I shared with you?
Let me see.
Yes, we are sharing.
Yeah.
You are sharing?
Just, rush through the first 4 slides.
Okay, Sushmita, then you share, kindly share.
Yeah, I think before that, I think we once the slide comes in, just to give a brief introduction of Tata Power. I think almost everybody knows it. We are a vertically integrated company. Now our distribution spread is increasing. Now we have got approximately 4.6 million consumers across India, including the Orissa one, which has just come in. So, are you just sharing, ma'am?
Yes.
See, there are 2-3 things. Of course, in Mumbai distribution, we are having a different mechanism of intrastate. We can say the intrastate DSM or say intrastate ABT mechanism, which is called as the FPSM. You can just flip to the 5th slide, ma'am. The first 4 slides are only the introduction.
Yeah, great.
Yeah, you can just go to this. Yeah, so these are the key challenges which we are as DISCOM, which we are addressing. I think many of the speakers have addressed on the requirement of forecasting and all. And as Samir was saying, most of the utilities are now engaging some sort of high-level forecasting systems. But the biggest problem still remains. The variables are so, the input variables are so less determinant, specifically on the weather side, that you can say out of 365 days, maybe around 320 days we can do it very good, but the 40 days is always a big problem. And there the accuracies are always at the mercy of the input components. And this is where you require to go as near your demand side so as to forecast and arrange power. And that is where the key challenges in terms of keeping the schedule to actual draw and the penalties and meeting up the consumers' demand is concerned, which is a big challenge which is coming up. Specifically, and second thing is the variability of renewables. Now, I think the renewables, whatever schedule they prepare, they can vary, and they vary it across the day on every 1.5 hours basis. Now that is where we also need to arrange power according to that. Just go to the next slide. Yeah. Pre-RTM, of course, the available sources were the thermal sources and the rampant. And specifically because this is more or less on the Mumbai type of management, because here the DSM regulations are not applicable as it is there in the central part. Though we are moving into that norms, today we have got something called as an FBSM regulation. So pre-RTM, the whole balancing was done through either the thermal sources or the hydro sources. Can you just go to the, just click one moment. Yeah, so hydro sources, but hydro sources is a limited resource, right? There are a lot many constraints, or again, there are lot many agreements and other things which control that. Water availability is a concern. So pre-RTM time, it was more or less the available resources which are there, and we could just manage it out. Please go. Next slide, ma'am. Yeah, so as RTM has come, actually, of course, the main thing today what we are doing is we run a real-time optimization of on every 15 minutes basis. Now, real-time market has also become one of the components, because it also looks into certain risk, that how much of risk I need to take to have my portfolio to be managed on a real-time basis. See, there are certain factors, like one is of course the hydro availability, and another major thing which in Mumbai we have got something, or in Maharashtra we have got something called as a partial open access consumers. Now these partial open access consumers have got the choice. That means either they can arrange the power on open access on day-ahead basis. If they don't get the power, they can take power from the distribution. Now, this comes to you at the end of the trading period of day-ahead. That means once the day-ahead is finished, sometimes in the evening you come to know that, okay, these particular open access consumers are going to take this much power. So earlier it was just using some thermal or some hydro power to meet this. Due to this, we need to run some thermal plants, even though it was only for a short time or short period. With RTM, we could use this factor also in optimizing our portfolio to meet this demand. Just some few use cases I'll just show with our load curve. Ma'am, just can you go to the next slide? Yeah, ma'am. Next slide, please. Yeah. So this is one of the use case wherein the optimization is done by reducing the hydro, or using the RTM to reduce the hydro. You can just see the whole green, the top green layer, which was made by hydro, has now been replaced by some of the RTM. So that is one use case which was done. You can just go to the next slide, ma'am. Yeah. Now this is where the partial open access consumer load came in, and see, if the top brown line, which you can see on the right hand side of the slide, that is totally the open access consumers who have come in because they could not get power on the day ahead basis. So this was totally met by RTM. Had it not been RTM, see, you could have just seen it is either met by the thermal or by the hydro. Please go ahead. Next slide. The third use case is the variation of wind generation or the renewables. Now that is also varying. So that is met with RTM. Wherever we can, I mean, whichever between RTM and hydro, we were managing it to so as to have a better portfolio of lesser cost power. Go to the next slide now. Yeah, this is the last one. So final, at the end of the day, these 3 years, we have three months when the RTM has been there. You can just see we have traded around 90 MUs, which we have got it from RTM. And approximately in the PP cost, we could reduce around 3%. So this is a, but again, as I just want to close my presentation by one thing, and which I actually praise Suni sir to have such a foresight into it. The biggest thing to use all these things, see RTM, or as we were seeing on the GTAM, or say DAM, see, these are all components which need to be optimized on a real-time basis. Now, to have this optimization done, the DISCOM should have that much level of technology at their disposal. And of course, manpower to take further on, because this has to be monitored on a real-time basis and action is to be taken. And it may be too harsh to expect only a manual level of action to be taken, and which Mr. Saxena was saying, because see, nothing is manual in the whole process which has gone into RTM. Similarly, when somebody of a user of RTM is there, the level of automation which is required to process the whole information, optimize it on every 15 minutes of interval, and then take an action according, you require a full-fledged technical solution to it. So that is my closure remarks. And I think that's it. I think if there is any query, I will be happy to answer that. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Devanand. And we are at 6. We started around 10 minutes late, 5:40. So maybe I think within 10 minutes, 10 to 15 minutes, we'll have very quick questions. And I have a couple of brief questions for Mr. Hans. Mr. Hans, when the Samir was making the presentation, he stated that in case of the real-time market, what has been introduced, the delivery period basically that starts 1 hour after the gate closer, piece price discovery, etc. So in case of the node pool, the intraday market, what you are operating, while doing so, what is the time period taken by the market operator between the gate closer for accepting the last request and actual implementation of the schedule? So that is point number 1, question 1. And the second question, Mr. Hans, is under the several market segments, what you have shown, the intraday market comes under the domain of balanced responsible parties, and balancing market comes under the responsibility of TSO. In terms of relative volumes, prices, and liquidity, etc., how these two market segments can be correlated? So, Mr. Hans?
Yes, thank you. I'm just taking a note. Yeah, so first of all, for the time frame, intraday is actually is different per country that we operate in, because it's governed by the system operators, what they are essentially setting a timeline. So for instance, in Norway, we are trading intraday up to 1 hour ahead of real time. And this allows the market participant 50 minutes to report their schedules to the system operator. So there the gate closure for schedules is 45 minutes prior to real time. However, in Germany, for instance, we have 15-minute products that goes all the way up to real time. So you can trade all the way up to kind of the second before the actual hour or actual 50-minute period starts. So this is a bit different depending on the requirements of the TSOs. And actually in the Netherlands, you're actually allowed to trade also intraday after real time has started. So you can actually bilaterally or using the IDM to sort out your imbalances before you actually enter into the imbalance.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that kind of brings back to also your second question, kind of the timing, I think, between and the correlation between our intraday market and the balancing market.
Yeah.
And that is actually a very good question. And again, there is no European common solution to that on how we have implemented that, because essentially the key difference here is that the market, so the intraday market is where market participants can trade themselves into balance. So this means that they have the opportunity, and thereby the system operator, let's say, leave their hand off the any potential imbalance. While in the balancing market is essentially a single buyer market where the TSO will then essentially look at their system as it is, and then buy whatever power or sell whatever power he needs to keep the frequency stable. So it's all about who has the, let's say, responsibility or opportunity to do or to take action. So again, this is kind of very different. So again, alluding to Norway, kind of intraday stops at 1 hour before, and then essentially it's the TSO's responsibility to fix any deviation. While in other countries, you're allowed to trade really up to real time. And then, of course, the TSO hopes that market participants will solve most of the problems themselves.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Hans. Yeah, they were really good. There is a question. I'll read the question. There is a question from one of the attendees. Are the states of the country, especially the eastern and northeastern states, are socio-economically capable to take the cost impact of the implementation of real-time market for electricity being the basic amenity vis-a-vis livelihood? Rajesh, are you there?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, generally, basically, it is. I don't think it is. It may put any burden on the discoms and consumers. But would you like to take this question?
Yeah. Sir, it's see, whatever market segments are there, whatever, and the investment which will be required to make yourself ready to participate in real time or green, the optimization potential is so much that cost is negligible as compared to the savings what you can achieve by actually participating there. So the cost is what, like you have to have some software, some utility, and a few people on board who will be operating through the day. But every day, if you save 10 lakh, where is the loss? Because you are actually gaining much more than by investing in such a small scale. So there is no capex, heavy capex required. You don't have to put in a big infrastructure to participate there. It's just a small tool, maybe Excel tool, and a few people on board. So the cost itself will be few lakhs in a year, and the saving will be few lakhs per day. So everyone can participate. Even industry can do that. Why not the distribution company?
Yeah.
Just to add what Midiratta sir is saying, that I think one of the major states in northeast and eastern, especially Sikkim and all these hydro-rich states, they are participating in RTM, and in fact, they are the one who are quoting the lowest prices also, if I'm not wrong.
Sure. Okay. There is a small brief question for Samir Saxena. Since NLDC is operating the cross-country transactions also, NLDC is responsible for controlling the exchanges with Nepal, Bhutan, and Bangladesh, 3 other countries, cross-border flows. In the new policy, the mention is there that ultimately they may also participate in the power exchanges once the DA clearance is there. but it is built in the policy. So with the real-time market in place, Samir, what exactly impact it is going to do on the cross-border flows once this exchanges in the power exchange, they are allowed for the cross-border flows, particularly taking into consideration that large renewable we intend to install in the country, and Bhutan and Nepal, they are hydro-rich. So how it is going to help in the balancing, etc. This new particular product?
Yes, sir. So as of now, we are still waiting for the DS procedure to be notified because the neighboring countries are yet to come to the power exchanges. But yes, expanding the footprint, the geographical footprint, and the flexible hydro that is present, it should help us. Only thing is that whether they are going to come in the market mode or like Bhutan, largely it is under allocated mode. Only
Okay.
1 or 2 hydros are there who are participating in the market, and they are captured very well in the market pricing, and they are delivering fine. Actually, they should help a lot. In fact, it helps us also absorb more and more RE as the footprint enlarges.
Okay. Okay. Right. Thank you, Samir. There is a last question. This is the last question I'll take. How do you manage the real-time market in spite of so much inherent variability in the renewable energy? Mr. Devdatta or Mr. Sanket, you would like to take this question?
I think somebody from POSOCO should take this.
Okay.
Right. Thank you. So actually, it all depends on the kind of forecasting that you are able to do. And there is, in fact, earlier all the RE was still coming under feed-in tariff mode, but now there is a couple of plants who are merchant also, and they have started participating. And GTAM also, we see some RE participating. In addition to that, the states, if they are able to forecast and they are to absorb RE, they can use the RTM for minute-to-minute variations in that at a shorter time notice. So it all depends how good the forecast is and how well they are planning for to be able to do. But yes, this is one of the objectives, like I mentioned in my presentation also, that it is one of the objectives to provide avenue for managing this variability.
I'll just add on as far as the distribution perspective is concerned.
Okay.
The forecast of RE is provided through REMC. So based on the schedules which are coming, that the variation based on what was on just previous that time and the variation which is coming in, that action can be initiated at RTM, whether the schedule is going to increase or schedule is going to decrease. So that action can be initiated. But again, as the fact still remains, because these are all minute by minute or say 15 minutes interval action. So it has to be simultaneously noticed and action has to be initiated according to that.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. I think with this, we'll come close to the discussions, and we have been within schedule only. And I thank each and every speaker for very interesting and very informative presentation and sharing of the views. With this, I'll hand over to you, Sushmita.
Thank you all the panelists. I would request Mr. Arun Kumar Mukherjee, mentor of Environment and Energy Committee, to please give the concluding remarks.
Good evening, everybody. Bengal Chamber has been organizing this power conference for last 2 years on the basis of the real time issues that the country, the stakeholders in the electricity industry are required to face. With that in mind, we felt that this theme, power dynamics, greening of the grid and RTM, will be the right issue to be discussed among the stakeholders. In our stakeholders, we have the policymakers, we have regulators, we also have system operators, distribution companies, and of course, at the end of the day, the consumer and the prosumer. They are present as a participant. India is focusing as a policy to provide reliable, economical, clean, and affordable 24/7 electrical energy to everybody. This is a part of the Sustainable Development Plan of Government of India. Now, if we have to address it properly, the transition of energy mix is very important. And we have been pursuing in that line the development of renewable energy in India, and we have progressed very well with our timeline. And we are now planning to reach 175 gigawatt by 2022. When it comes to the delivery of the last mile beneficiary, then the issue comes to the how it will be delivered and how it will be carried, what are the challenges, and how the stakeholders are required to face it. The first session, we have various speakers, very esteemed and respectable speakers, and we have very enlightening, enriching, and vibrant presentation. In the first session, we had presentation from Mr. Bhattacharjee and Mr. Suresh Kumar, where we got their requirement as the policymaker. In fact, Mr. Bhattacharjee has put the requirement, drawing the inspiration from the Olympic objective that it has to be greener, cheaper, and nearer. But he also mentioned of various disruptions while implementing it. Mr. Kumar talked about the challenges on implementation side, particularly about the storage problem and how it can be addressed economically. Subsequently, we had presentation from POSOCO on the system operators' objective, their perspective, and how they are looking ahead in this particular issue. What has come out very clearly from all the presentation, that we have correctly addressed the greening of the grid through RTM. But while addressing that, the pain and the challenges that the distribution companies are facing in terms of their apprehension and the fear for revenue reduction for maintaining the reliability of the system, reliability of the grid are also important. It is worthwhile to understand that when we are addressing it to provide the reliable and cheaper power to the consumer, this greening of the grid, where the green power is getting connected, and it is getting connected at a very economical cost or price, it will, at the end, it will help the consumer. If we see the last 4 months experience, what has been shared by system operator and the DISCOM, that the average price is down by almost 20 to 30 paisa per kilowatt hour, and the peak price is also less than the earlier system. One of the important aspect while implementing the whole system, that the actual problem on the ground are required to be understood and addressed. In this context, Mr. Suni raised very, very pertinent and very, very important issues like the capability, availability, technological readiness level, availability of the skill set, and how we can prepare all the stakeholders at the operating level so that they can handle it and address it most efficiently. We are very happy that at the end of the session, all the participants have got something to take away, and from Bengal Chamber, we are encouraged by your participation, by your contribution, and by enriching us through this program. Thank you very much.
Thank you all the speakers. Thank you all the participants. I would like to end the session here. Thank you all.
Thank you, Suchesmita, for doing great job. Thanks, Hans.
Thank you.
Thanks, Akroza. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. It has been a pleasure attending this. Learned a lot. Thanks a lot.